evening.
How about changes to the agenda?
There are no amendments other than I'm going before the roll call. So
Okay.
might want to do the roll
Well,
call
I'm just
first.
doing my thing. Okay. Could we please come to order and let the record show that all members of the board are present? Move to the roll call. The flag salute. Could you please stand? Kevin, could you lead us a flag salute?
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is time for our public comments for items that are not on the agenda this evening. I have no cards. Is there anyone this evening who would like to address the Camarillo Library Board? Seeing none, we'll move to the next item. That is the consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or anything? Please vote. That motion passes 5-0. The have any departmental items?
Yeah, we do have a brief report from our librarian,
Okay.
Barbara.
Well, I was saying other items. I was going to introduce Barbara. I wouldn't skip Barbara. Come on up. I love to hear about the library and all good things we're doing.
Thank you very much. After coming off a very busy summer, we have started very busy right into September. I wanted to let you know that staff activated 7,000 library cards for every elementary student in the Pleasant Valley School District.
Wow.
And we have staff attending 13 parent-teacher nights. That's every school that's having a parent-teacher night. That's where I'm headed after this.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Oh, yes.
There you go.
It's my library voice. And very briefly, I wanted to let you know about 3 library grants that we have received. One I may have mentioned before. First is the Cal Humanities California Reads War Comes Home grant. Oxnard Library also got this, so you'll be seeing a lot of veteran related events happening between here and Oxnard. We're going to be reading this book, What It Is Like to Go to War. I have a copy for each of you this evening. And you'll find a little bit about what we're doing on the inside. So that's throughout November, special programming for veterans. In the similar theme, the California State Library awarded us a grant to open a volunteer-run Veteran Resource Center. So we're looking forward to that and expect to have a ribbon cutting on November 11th on Veterans Day. And that grant includes books and technology and some funds as well. And then finally, Target gave us a grant of $2,000 in support of early literacy. So our children's department is assembling 400 early learning kits and 250 family reading kits. So we're going to be encouraging families with children with K through grade 2 to make reading an important part of their daily lives. And our newsletter was distributed to every home in Camarillo the last week of August. That includes all our events, most of our events for September and October. So thank you. Any questions for me?
I have one.
Yes.
I hear a lot of grants a lot of times. Was the Library Commission, when they ran our library, did they get as many grants as you do?
You mean previous to the city having? I don't have that information.
Just curious, because it seems like while you've been there, you've gotten more grants than most.
We like to apply for grants.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Kevin.
Could you state what this grant is for a veteran, whatever?
Resource Center?
Resource Center,
That is to the California State Library is working with, I believe it's Veteran Affairs, to try and set up libraries as resource centers, because typically their hours are so broad and people feel safe coming into a library where they may not be as comfortable going directly to some other agency, or they're overwhelmed by the information. So a veteran, ideally, when we have this set up, will be able to come in, sit down with somebody and work through whatever issues they may have. It will help connect the veteran to the resources that they need. And it's quite complex because there are just so many different avenues.
Would this involve job counseling or what?
Mostly it'll be when they when they're trying to access resources that are available, whether it's in the county, in the state, in federally. So they'll receive, our volunteers will receive extensive training and have their own laptop to help people.
And this grant goes on for a certain period of time, or?
It goes on for a year, and then we'll revisit it after a year.
Okay, thank you.
I
Any
might
other
also
questions?
add, Your Honor,
Sorry.
that that will be housed in the Literacy Center, and there are no additional costs incurred.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments from board members? I have one. I was lucky to be by your booth down at the League of Cities and had someone interested in what you're doing. And your boss back there will know, no, he's not back there. You'll know that we talked to some people on your behalf while standing there. You may have won you another one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other items for the agenda? I guess not. So we'll adjourn.
I'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board of Directors to order and ask everyone, the record to reflect that all board members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
There's no amendments to the agenda.
Public comments? I don't have any cards. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to the Camarillo Sanitary District Board? Seeing no one come forward, we'll move to the consent calendar.
Second.
The motion is second to approve the consent calendar. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Is there anything from staff?
I don't have anything. Department heads.
Comments from board members? Okay, this meeting's adjourned.
Okay, I'd like to call the regular Camarillo City Council meeting for September 10th to order, please, and let the record reflect that all council members are present. Amendments to this agenda, Mr. City Manager, any amendments?
I do actually have one amendment on page 3 of your agenda. Item C is in Charlie. Resolution of intent, Camarillo Tourism Market District. What I wanted to do is move that up to be first under City Manager. And the hope is that we can get to that in the earlier session tonight.
We have people here on other items, too.
The other two items, the energy partnership and the agreement with Cosmont. I know that Cosmont's totally internal, and I don't think there's anyone else.
We have
here.
people who want to speak on it,
On the
item B.
on the energy item?
No, item B.
Oh, item B. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So why don't we go with item B, and then if we can go with item C next, and then we'll do the energy item last.
So under City Manager, we're going to start off with item B, and then we're going to do item C?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you. And those are the only amendments I have.
All right. Anything else? Okay, presentation, National Preparedness Month. Is John here? There's John, if you want to come on up and talk a little bit about the National Preparedness Month. And I have the microphone on, John, so it's all yours.
All right. Thanks, Mayor Kildee. This Saturday, well, as you know, September is National Emergency Preparedness Month. We have a lot going on. Tomorrow is September 11th, Patriot Day, and each year we try to hold our Emergency Expo as close to that date as possible. It is this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the park, and we've got a lot of flyers outside, people to pick up. You've got one of the flashlights up there. We'll be giving these out. These emergency crank flashlights never need batteries. The people who come to the park, we'll just ask them to go to some of the booths and check things out, and then we'll give them a free flashlight and see how it works. There are some numerous other things going on. We have next month, we have our annual EOC activation drill, California Shakeout. We are currently updating our emergency operations plan. And I'm very glad to report that we just started one of our new CERT classes this past Saturday. It's a 3-week class, every 8 hours, 7, 8 hours for 3 consecutive Saturdays. And we had well over 30 people in that class, so it's still a very popular program. And I believe we've had well over 600 residents go through the program now, so we're very happy. And we've been working with the Sheriff's Office, accessing some of their emergency supplies and creating a good collaboration there, so things are moving forward. But again, if the Emergency Expo is free, it's for the entire community, and it's the 4th year in a row we've done it, so we're excited about that. So, is there any questions? Good, my kind of topic.
Thank you, John.
All right, thanks.
When you do a good job, John, there's no questions.
All right, next, we've got the Coastal Cleanup Day. Is Anita here? There's Anita. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Anita Coleman. I'm the City of Camarillo Stormwater Program Manager. I'm here to talk about Coastal Cleanup Day. This is the 30th anniversary. First of all, I'd like to thank the Council and the City Management for allowing Camarillo to participate in this event, and we have for almost all those 30 years. The pictures that are in my presentation are actually from our local 2 sites that we clean up. And the event this year will be Saturday, September 20th, and it's always 9 a.m. to noon. Last year in Camarillo, we cleaned up the 2 locations. One is the Barranca off of Mission Oaks Park, and a portion of Cayugas Creek between Upland and Adolfo Road. We had about 220 volunteers remove about 1,300 pounds of trash and recyclables. And the largest item that we're finding in those 2 locations are the food wrappers and containers. This is just a brief history of the last 5 years in Camarillo. We averaged about 200 to 300 volunteers between the 2, with the exception of 2009 when we had almost 500 volunteers turn out. Countywide last year, we had over almost 3,000 volunteers remove 10,000 pounds of trash, and this map shows you the locations throughout the county that volunteers can turn out to on the same day. In California, there were over 70,000 volunteers, and they removed almost 1 million pounds of trash. And the top items statewide that we're finding are the cigarette butts, followed by the food wrappers. And again, these pictures are from our local sites. We get a lot of scout groups come out for the event. United States, the event is held the same day throughout the world, actually. And in the United States, there were almost 200,000 volunteers pick up 3.3 million pounds of trash and recyclables. And then worldwide last year, almost 700,000 picked up 12 million pounds of trash. And again, the number 1 item picked up worldwide are the cigarette butts, and followed by the food wrappers and containers. We will be participating at the same 2 locations this year, which is the Barranca off of Mission Oaks Park, located at Mission Oaks Boulevard and Oak Canyon. And then Cayugas Creek, we meet at the intersection of Paseo del Campo and Creekside. Because of the weather, we do encourage volunteers to dress appropriately with hats, sunscreens, long pants, and preferably sturdy shoes. We will be providing some water, but we encourage people to bring their own water. And we'll also provide the trash and gloves, but we are trying to make this zero waste event, so we encourage them to bring their own bags, bottles, and gloves. Again, the event is September 20th at 9 o'clock. We encourage people to come to Camarillo's locations, but if they visit the vccoastcleanup.org, they can get a list of all the countywide sites, and they can call me at the number displayed on the screen, 383-5659. And this year, the Coastal Commission has provided us with a PSA, so I'd like to play, it's a 30-second commercial. If you could put the mic. Thank you. Okay. This event is, of course, sponsored by the Coastal Commission, and of course this is a beach scene, but it's just a reminder that our activities inland can affect our own oceans and beaches, so it's important for us to clean up our local waterways. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions now?
I just have one. We went to the League of Cities meeting here recently, and there was one booth there that have plastic bags, but they're made of corn. Do you know about that? Plastic spoons and everything made of corn, not
Cornstarch.
oil.
We actually, our met dispensers a while back, we tried to use the cornstarch bags, but they don't have a very long shelf life. And people were picking up the dog waste and it was dissolving in their hands. But with the plastic bag ban that's coming, if it gets signed, the legislation, plastic bags are going to be banned, but they are going to allow grants for the manufacturers to come up with an alternative. It possibly could be cornstarch, but
And you know, I'm talking about utensils also, and it's amazing. It looked like the regular plastic, but it's made of cornstarch.
cornstarch. Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Little?
No,
Nothing? Anybody else? Thank you, Anita.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. It's a good day. I was there last year. No other council members have been there in past years, too, so it's a really good thing to do if you have the
It
time.
will be hot, folks. Bring your water.
All right, let's get down to item 3. It's the consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Second.
A motion and a second.
I got a
Mr.
question
Little?
on, I got a question
question?
on D.
You want to do it right now?
Yeah, we could.
Why don't we do it now?
All right. My question is, as I read the staff report, it appeared to me that is this assignment of some of these inspection services to a contract employer, is that going to be on a permanent basis, or is this just a time to get through the fact that we're shorthanded?
Well, a little both. It is intended to be permanent as long as their current contract runs. However, next June, they are up for consideration of going through the renewal process, which would be competitive again. And so this would be included as part of that competitive process. So for the next 9 months, this is intended to at least get help to get us through the peak that's coming.
But the intent is, if assuming whoever is a contractor for that it's intended that you're going to take a couple of these inspections and transfer them to a contract as opposed to a city employee?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And just for one little quick clarification, Mr. Little, no one's being laid off, and there's no reduction in staff. These are vacancies, and it's an efficiency.
I think it's a good idea.
And by the way, we do have, I'm sorry to see, but we have someone from the Abbott Silk Group we're going to be missing. She's retiring. You want to talk about her a little bit?
I think we can get this thing through
No?
first.
Anyway, we've got someone retiring from there, and we're going to miss a lot in that group. Bonnie.
All right, so there's a motion and a second. Hearing no other questions, please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, that gets down to Public Works, the water supply information for the city service area and information only. Do we have a staff report, Mr. Fox? Are you going to take that?
Yes, Your Honor. And in fact, this is not an item for action tonight. It's an information item, but it's timely. We recently had, at your last council meeting, a presentation on water conservation. And as a result of that, some questions have come up in the community on what is the city doing to ensure that we have an adequate water supply, not only now during the drought, but in the future. And we have a good story to tell. We've been working hard over the last 10 years to develop a master plan, and we'll go through some of those key items that are coming to fruition to ensure we have a good, adequate water supply. So I want to emphasize that the items we're talking about tonight are not a reaction to the drought, but in fact a program that we spent a lot of time developing that just happens to be highlighted now because of the heightened discussions that are occurring because of the drought. So one of the things I'll start out with is a quick background just to clarify our service area that the city serves, as well as what our water sources have been up until recently. I'll also identify some of the impacts that are starting to occur that affect our water supply, and then wrap up by really focusing on what are the strategies that we're moving forward to ensure that the community does have adequate water. The service area map shows the city broken up into the different areas, the city service area as well as surrounding water districts. The focus of this presentation will be on our service area. The other districts have their own boards and they manage their resources accordingly, but the focus will be on what's highlighted in red there, the city service area, which is predominantly the area west of Cayugas Creek and into the heights and the estates that are also served by other districts. We serve about 2/3 of the community with water. The sources of water that we've relied on recently up until June of this year come from, one is, I'm going to talk in acre feet, which is on an annual basis, and it's 1 acre foot is 1 foot of water that covers an acre in volume. It's really intended to just give you a sense of scale or relationship when we make comparisons. So with recycled water, we have been serving recycled water to some of the farmers around our our reclaimed water plant. We'll show a location map in a little bit here. We also pump water. We have a number of wells in the city, and we pump our maximum allocation. We are managed by a groundwater management agency. I'll also talk about a little bit more that limits and our up until June of this year, our limit was 4,500 acre feet, and we would pump that each year. And then the remainder, with an 11,000 acre foot annual demand in the community, we would make up the difference with state water, imported water that Cayugas, we would purchase from Cayugas Water District. So with that in mind, how are those being impacted? Well, we all know there's a state drought and an emergency that's been declared, and we're being asked to reduce our water consumption by 20%. So we'll talk about that. We also have the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency that oversees the pumping, groundwater pumping in our area, and they've just recently imposed a reduction in the allocation. Our allocation was reduced by 30%. The 2 wells that we have, wells A and B, are up near the hospital. We'll show a location map later on as well, that are still providing safe water, but the water quality is diminishing, and unless we do something to treat that fairly soon, we'll have to take those wells offline. So we're open to all kinds of ideas to find new water sources, and I'd like to go through 4 main strategies now. One is the water conservation that we again spoke about 2 weeks ago, our recycled water program that we plan to increase, our desalination plant project that we're hopefully moving forward with soon, and then talking about how we deal with new customers, which is basically future development. So with water conservation, I'm not going to go into near as much detail as we discussed at the last meeting. I'll just really summarize by saying that we are planning to implement the same strategy that we did back in 2009 and 10, and that over August we got word out to our customers that the conservation program is going into effect, and it is now in effect this month, September. Using the same strategies, we hope to achieve what we achieved before, and that is a 20% reduction, which is what we're mandated to accomplish. So we feel using the same strategies, we should be able to meet the goal. I want to emphasize that in our program, it does include enforcement, but I want to emphasize when we say enforcement, which can sometimes have a negative connotation, it's really intended to be an effort to be helpful, not heavy-handed. We have people that through enforcement are really out looking to see who the heavy water users are, and then help approach and help offer information on how those users can reduce their water consumption without dramatically changing their lifestyle, and in fact achieve a water savings in their bill as well. So it's usually perceived as a pretty positive interaction. In fact, during the 2009-10 conservation period, we did not have to issue one fine. That by working with our community, everybody rallied and did a good job to help conserve, and we hope to see that again. This table just summarizes some of the key points or measures that we've implemented now this month. I'm not going to go through each of these, but just note that all this information has been sent out to each of our water customers in multiple forms so that they are aware of this. And again, we'll be working to help them with any questions as we move forward. So moving to our next strategy on recycled water along Pleasant Valley Road, the solid purple lines show the recycled water distribution system that's already in place, and we have a project on Poncho Road connecting out to our reclamation plant that's under construction now that once completed will be hooked up and ready to start delivering recycled water to the southeast end of the city. This is actually a very positive program that has saved our ratepayers quite a bit of money, because 10 years ago, the Regional Water Quality Control Board was really pushing us in a direction to build what could have been as much as an $80 million treatment plant at our reclamation plant that was just going to treat water and dump it in the creek with really no benefit to the community and a very large impact to our ratepayers. We came up with a solution to build a recycled treatment system. We call it tertiary treatment, third level of treatment, that costs much less. It's $40 million, but produces high quality recycled water that farmers and landscapers can use to reduce their water costs. So now we not only reduce the expense of the overall project so that our ratepayers were not impacted as much, but we also created a benefit to the community where they can receive cheaper water. So moving forward with that, the project on Poncho Road hope to be completed and hooked up in November so that we can start delivering 2 million gallons of recycled water a day. And then the maximum that we produce right now at our treatment plant is 4 million gallons a day, and we hope to bring additional customers online over the next 3 years and be able to serve all of our recycled water to the community. The example of why this is a benefit is just using the sports park, the Pleasant Valley Fields Sports Park in Village at the Park. Because the recycled water costs less, they will end up with an annual savings by no longer having to buy potable water, a savings of $110,000 a year just for that park. So you can see it can provide some significant savings. Some of the farmers in the area would see similar types of savings. So a real win-win, because we kept our costs down but yet produced a benefit to the community and a revenue stream to help our ratepayers as well. Our desalination plant is located, the site that we're looking towards is up at the north end of the city, just north of our library. The exact location we're still siting. That's 7,500 acre feet that we hope to produce. That's currently water that's poor quality that nobody can use, and by treating it, we've essentially created a new water source. We hope to have the plant completed and operational by the end of 2017. The water quality would be some of the best in the area. The treatment plant would create very high quality water. It is a $50 million project. We already have a $5 million state grant, and we are seeking federal funds, uncertain as to how much we might get from that to hopefully help as well with the project costs. And this does require approval by the Groundwater Management Agency that we will be seeking from the board either in October or November. We will not only be making the point to the board that this is a good project for the local, for the community, as a local project to provide a local water source, but also has a regional benefit. It's kind of hard to see here, but this red plume is the poor quality water that is up in this area is starting to migrate. That's what's causing our quality in wells A and B to diminish. That will continue if we don't start pumping it and take the pressure off. In essence, this will continue to build up and spread and will migrate south and west of the city, and will start affecting other wells with good quality water beyond our city, and that has a regional impact. So really we're looking for the Groundwater Management Agency to support this not only as a local benefit but as a regional benefit.
Thomas, could you talk about the brine water? That's brine water coming from the Simi Valley area that comes down through Cayugas and through all that area, so they know what this bad water is?
Yeah, there's kind of a, not sure the exact geological formation underground, but there's kind of an area at the north end of the city that view it as maybe like a big bucket underground, that water comes down the Cayugas Creek from treatment plants and rain and other sources that are very salty, and then tends to recharge as it gets towards Camarillo. The water percolates into the ground, but it gets trapped in this bucket. Now, the some of the water will migrate and leave that, but at a much slower rate than what's coming in. So this water level actually has been building up. As a quick example, with the drought, we've seen all our well levels drop in other areas, and we've seen historically the water go up about 10 feet a year in this area. So we know it's building up and it's starting to spill over and continue south. So it's foreign water that's coming into the area. It's not groundwater that the Groundwater Management Agency really manages. So we're looking at it in that regard. And talking about new customers, again, essentially new development, the state has a mandate that any development with 500 or more residential units must conduct a water availability study. In Camarillo, we're more conservative than that. We use 50 or more residential units. There's also criteria for commercial and industrial. The 50 or more is consistent with the criteria we also use for traffic impact studies. Usually when there's more than 50 units, we also conduct a traffic study. So we're more conservative in requiring that new users study, and then we require that as part of the study, they demonstrate how they are not going to create an impact to current water users. In other words, they need to have their own water source. And a good example of that is our Springville specific plan area. We've heard comments where people are concerned that with all the development in Springville, how's that going to affect the current water supply and so on. And in actuality, once the specific plan is completely constructed and built out and occupied and using water, they'll still be using 5% less than the farmers were using on that same land. So in essence, there's a net savings to our water supply of 5%. Now this has actually turned out to be, and it wasn't intended this way, it's coincidental, but it's turned out to be a great conservation measure during this drought because the farmers have discontinued using the water they were in the past, and the development hasn't proceeded yet to where they're using any water. So we have quite a area of water that's not, or area that's not being served water right now that just fortunately is happening during this drought, and that's helped us in a way deal with some of the conservation that we've needed to reduce our water demand. So in any case, this is an example to illustrate that new development can occur as long as they bring their own source and they do not impact current customers. So now going back to our original cup of water and where the water was coming from to serve the community, with these new strategies in place, what does that cup look like? And so we are going to be serving more recycled water. The groundwater desalter, our share of that is 4,500 acre-feet a year. We also will continue to pump groundwater from the west end of the city. Well D is out just on the north side of the freeway from the airport. That produces very good quality water. We'll continue to pump from that. And then once the drought is over, we still hope there will be some conservation that we can have the community continue to provide on a going forward basis. And then the balance we would make up with state water. And there's really two important points I want to make that this illustrates, and that is, one, we're reducing our reliance on state water by almost 60%, and then also we have a more diverse water portfolio, which is always good. Just like an investment, the more diverse you are, the more you're able to weather any problems that occur that impact any one of your sources. So with that in mind, I'm going to summarize. And I just really want to emphasize, we've got a master planning effort we spent a lot of time on for 10 years that we're now starting to see the benefits of that. And we have a lot of positive points to make as a result of it. Again, one is we have a more diverse water portfolio, so we're positioned better to make sure we have adequate water supply. Because of that, we also have a more reliable water supply. By reducing our reliance on state water, we're more able to weather, deal with future droughts. Also, we've heard if at the Bay Delta there's a earthquake and state water is impacted by that, it could be 2 years that we're off from state water. So it's important to have our own sources of water to have a more reliable program. Rate stability. We've had to raise our rates over the last several years, and that's predominantly because the state water costs have gone up significantly and will continue to go up. As we have a local water sources of water, we'll be able to control those costs and have a more stable rate structure and help our ratepayers with not having to increase the rates as much. And then lastly, we'll have some of the best water quality in the area with our desalination plant. So not only do we have good reliability and stability, we'll have good quality. So on all levels, we think we'll be achieving high marks and are very proud of what we've been able to achieve with our master planning effort over the last 10 years. And I think it's a good story, a good message for the community to feel comfortable that we are managing our water sources well. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Tom at this point? Mr. Little?
Yeah, a couple questions. First of all, you said that the state mandated a 20% reduction and that the groundwater agency, Fox Canyon, mandated a 30% reduction. We were working on our conservation program to get a 20% reduction. There seems to be some other...
They're not additive. So we're not adding 20 and 30 to have to reduce 50%. The state's just saying of your overall water budget, or that whole cup of water, you need to reduce it by 20%. We can achieve that. We showed we were able to achieve that in 2009 with just a conservation program. Mm-hmm. Now, mixed in with that is one of our sources of water is groundwater, and that's reduced by 30%, but that's not, again, additive. That's just a local issue we have to manage.
And we'll be able to handle that ourselves.
Yeah, one of the tools we're using to manage that is we currently have customers that are using potable water. I'll use the sports park as an example again. Once we take them off of potable water and use recycled water, then that's less potable water that we have to serve, and that's less, that could make up some of that difference that we're not able to pump.
Okay, the second question I have involves the status of the application with the desalter or with the groundwater agency.
The staff at the groundwater agency wants a peer review of the studies that have already, the environmental documents prepared, a groundwater study was prepared and presented. They, I guess, like to see more than one consultant analyze a subject, so we've hired a peer consultant, a peer review, to go through the documents and make suggestions or recommendations that we hope to have wrapped up next month. And then with that, unless they find something significant that we have to go back and restudy, we would then be ready to bring it forward for the board to consider, again, either at the end of October or November. And incidentally, I believe in November that might require a special meeting, but we would request that if necessary.
I'm sure
because they don't meet in November.
Correct.
We sure will be there to help support it. There is I just to comment on your farmer's analogy about the fact that when ag land is taken out of ag land, and generally speaking, when it's converted to residential, that there's actually still a savings in the water usage because of the amount of water. And I made that comment to someone the other day, and they said, yeah, but a farmer, if you're really in serious trouble with drought, the farmer can just let his fields go foul. But you can't shut off the taps of the people that are living there. So there is some limits to what we can use there.
That is true, particularly if we were serving groundwater to the farmer. If we were serving city water to the farmer, then we could cut them off. But in some cases, and in the case of Springville, the farmers had their own wells, and their wells also have an allocation attached to it. We had that allocation transferred to the city. So we, in essence, got a new water source because otherwise, without that allocation, we wouldn't have been able to pump more groundwater.
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes, I may want to know about the other things that affect funding of this, because Thousand Oaks is a partner and also Cayugas is a partner. You might want to discuss that with the public too, so they know that we have other people in joining us.
Yeah, well, I think you just mentioned it. This is a regional partnership. By having Cayugas and Thousand Oaks involved, it helps make sure that we have enough funds to be able to build the project. And it also helps the GMA understand that this isn't just a local project serving just Camarillo. It has far-reaching benefit beyond the city.
When you say service in Camarillo, Thousand Oaks is not going to take part of our desalter water. That's going to be our share of the Delta water they're going to get, because if you go over your limit, you have to pay more for Delta water. And so they're going to get part of our share that we're not going to use now. And that's part of the deal that they're joining us with money to help us too.
Yeah, I think you highlight that each one of, and again, with limited time tonight, I tried to keep the presentation very focused on the high points, but I think what you're emphasizing is that each one of these strategies is a tremendously complex strategy that involves multiple agencies, involves a lot of study and design and construction and effort with regulatory agencies and beyond to bring it, to bring it to fruition. So, tremendous amount of effort that we've covered in a very short period of time.
Oh, Tom, I wouldn't talking about the shortness. I just knew you know a whole lot more than that, folks. Tom's worked a long time on this and putting this thing together, and there's a lot more to it than brought here this evening. So,
anything else? Anything else from anybody? Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to go down to City Manager, and we're going to go jump around a little bit. First will be the professional service agreement, the Real Estate Development Advisory Services. Do we have a staff report in there?
Yes, we do. Mr. Pernick has that report.
Mayor, council members, Dan Pernick, Assistant City Managers. Thank you. As a part of the dissolution of redevelopment agencies in California, the city recently received the approval of a long-range property management plan, which addressed the planned disposition or development of 5 non-housing land assets or properties that the city or the redevelopment agency owned at the time of the dissolution in 2012. In accordance with the approved long-range property management plan, 2 of the 5 non-housing properties were designated as public use properties. Those included the former courthouse on Ventura Boulevard and at some parking easements currently existing in Old Town. The other 3 properties were designated for economic development uses. Properties eligible for the economic development category were those that were included in former redevelopment plans of the CDDC. So these were properties that we had planned to use for infill or reuse development prior to the dissolution of redevelopment. As it was determined, the 3 properties designated for economic development had been included in the previous plans, and their uses were consistent with the goals and objectives of the former redevelopment agency. As a result, staff is now seeking approval and an agreement with Cosmont to assist with real estate and advisory services to develop the properties in accordance with the previous plans and the improved property management plan. The property management plan and the scope of services in the proposed contract deals with 3 properties in the city. Property number 1, which is also referred to as task number 1 in the proposed agreement, is the former fire station on Ventura Boulevard in Old Town. As proposed in the plan, the property is proposed to be developed into a possible sit-down restaurant use and will meet the goals for infill and reuse development and provide for enhanced economic development opportunities in the Old Town area. The scope of work for this portion of the agreement includes marketing the site to proposed investors, including the gathering of demographic data, traffic counts, known environmental issues, studies, or other data that may be important to somebody who may be interested in developing the project. The consultant will develop a marketing sheet, conduct marketing and outreach, and prepare a deliverable that identifies a viable list of potential investors or developers that may be interested in developing the site. The proposed cost for this portion of the contract is $10,000. Property number 2, or task number 2, relates to outreach and work on the proposed hotel conference center site located at the corner of Las Posas Road and Ventura Boulevard. As approved in the LRPMP and discussed for quite a few years in the city's redevelopment plans, the project is proposed as an infill project and economic development project for the development of a hotel and conference center. The scope of work for this portion of the agreement includes updating and completing a hotel market study report, which is a pretty in-depth endeavor, completing a financial pro forma analysis for the proposed project, and again, an outreach and marketing effort to proposed developers. Cosmont may subcontract for the market study and the financial and pro forma analysis as needed. The proposed cost for this portion of the contract is $75,000, including $50,000 for the market study, $15,000 for the pro forma analysis, and $10,000 for the marketing and outreach. Task number 3 is, or property number 3 is a proposed city-owned 12-acre recreation site at the corner of Las Posas Road and Springwheel Drive. This is really proposed as a community amenity recreation site to improve quality of life in the city of Camarillo for our residents. At this point, the property management plan proposes the property as a potential bowling alley and ice hockey rink location or other recreational amenity that may find a market here in Camarillo. The scope of work includes working with the developer, developing a market study for the proposed recreation uses, and marketing and outreach. The proposed cost is $35,000, including the market study and the outreach portion. That concludes the scope of the properties that are worked on. The total cost is $120,000 plus expenses. I would like to note, if during any of that process, if the outreach efforts are not being successful, that all of those funds will not be spent. We will. It's a time and material contract, so we will cut back on if we're not getting interest from any developers as we engage through the process. Staff has recommended that the City Council authorize the manager to execute the contract in order to provide the services. Again, noting that these are refill and infill economic development projects. It's anticipated that the cost for the contract will be put on a future recognized obligation payment schedule and will be paid for as a part of that. Again, we know that comes with an asterisk because it's subject to the oversight board and state approval. The legal advisors have told us that we anticipate it is an eligible cost, but again, it's subject to approval. So in the event it doesn't, we'll have an opportunity to meet and confer on the issue. If that doesn't happen, we also have an administrative allowance that we can use for this portion of the cost of the contract. That concludes my report, and we're available for any questions.
Any question today? Yeah, Mr. Little?
I've got a couple questions. Is all these tasks going to be undertaken at the same time? Or is it going to be sequential? Or
they'll be on different calendars depending on the progress. I think, like, for example, with the recreation site, some of the folks we're working with have other projects going on, so that may come later in the order. I would imagine that we'll be getting going on the hotel site immediately. It just depends on the level of interest that we're getting as we do the outreach.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because I would hate to see us, spend months on one and then move on to months on another and months on another. I mean, it seems to me that this community has waited a long time for a lot of these things to develop, and we ought to have the consultant move ahead as rapidly.
Yeah, he will be working on all of them at the same time. However, the exact timing will be dependent on the reaction we're getting from the market.
Do you have any? Is this agreement talk about any total time frame for the whole study to be finished?
I don't believe it has that in there, but we can certainly talk to him about it.
We're going to start all the projects at the same time, probably next. Actually, we've already started on most of them. And after, assuming this is approved tonight, we'll start next week with the consultant. The different projects, given the smaller projects have less steps, you'll see more results and you'll see more decision-making milestones at the council level on the smaller projects, because we'll get towards those milestones sooner.
Okay, just two other questions. First of all, I read in here, and I just want to make sure it's there, that if they go through the initial re-looking at all the preliminary work that has gone on in the past, because some of these things are 10, 12 years old, they're going to be in a position that they can come back and say it's not going to work this way now.
Of course.
And so that's already...
Well, they can recommend that, and we'll bring it back to you, and you can tell us.
Okay.
Council can tell us.
Because some of this is, many years in the past. And finally, it seems, and I think you touched on it, I think the council does need to have ways in which we can keep involved in this process as it moves forward in the study.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Anything else? Anybody?
Just say that just to say that a lot of the, like you said, a lot of those projects, for instance, the hotel project, I mean, there was a beautiful hotel thing that was set up before. I hope we don't have to reinvent the wheel on some of those. And also the one that sits next to Bandits. That's already got a project ready to go. Just somebody buys it and builds it. But I'm saying as all the projects, I'm saying everything. I'm including that and the others also, Bill, because that has to be maintained. That has to also be watched and make sure it moves forward. But we've got some nice stuff coming.
Anybody else, Mr. McDonald?
I just have a question. Is there an end time on this? The cost is no matter how long it takes him, this is what it's going to cost, or is it really
This would be the
tied to hours that he's going to spend?
Yeah, this would be it's a time and material. This would be the outside cost if he uses all the services that he is anticipated needing. If he does anything less, it'll cost us less. If the
Say it
project
takes a little
changes.
longer, or-
No, he doesn't have a standing charge.
Okay.
It's not a monthly charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's till we have a project.
It's time and material, yes. And these are the identified tasks we've agreed to that we need from Cosmon in order for his services to complete these projects.
Okay. And obviously, he feels comfortable that he can do a dollar amount there for this time frame.
Yes.
He's ready to go, and
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of blue cards. First is Val Raines. Do you want to come up, please, Ms. Raines? And Val, if you'd really put that microphone really close to your lips so we could all hear you. It'd be
You're trying to say I'm short.
Thank you. Little closer. There you go.
We think you need to be amplified.
I think you guys are trying to say it's dinner. Good afternoon, Mayor Kildee, council members, and city staff. I am Val Raines. About 6 years ago, I met with the former city manager regarding putting a driveway through Disdar Park from Glen Drive to access a proposed restaurant in the first Camarillo fire station on Ventura Boulevard. At that time, I had 3 basic concerns. Number 1, the driveway that was proposed would be adjacent to a school playground and would shrink the present park space. Number 2, the extremely close proximity to a school and its students of a restaurant that certainly would be requesting a liquor license seemed to me to be in violation of the legal restrictions required to approve such a license. Number 3, having researched the former Pleasant Valley Baptist Cemetery, which now is Disdar Park, I was concerned that a driveway might uncover some of the bodies that had remained there. I know that after our meeting, you hired an individual to search the park's grounds and that he did not locate any of the particular remains. At that time, I felt a restaurant did not capture the cultural or historical ambiance that we have been attempting to foster here in Camarillo. I still believe that even more so, as I have observed the ownerships of the 2 restaurants located directly across from the one you had proposed change over and over. I know that you, as successor agents for the disbanded development agency, have petitioned the state for permission to dispose of that property, and that you did not wish to amend the original plan, and therefore are moving ahead with the business before you. I am disappointed that you did not seek a waiver to the original plan and solicit community input and possibly other groups that might be interested in developing that parcel of land. I reiterate, I do not believe another restaurant located in that specific location is in the best interest of Camarillo citizens, and therefore I request that you strongly consider extracting the first fire station location from the proposed contract before you this evening. Thank you. With 24 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your comments.
With
Mrs.
those
Raines.
24 seconds, Tom, Mr. Disdar was the first water manager.
Thank you. Next is Michael, I believe is Ronan. Michael, are you here? Yeah. If you could keep it to 3 minutes, Michael, would appreciate it. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Ronan.
Thank you.
Ronan, yes. Good evening, Mayor Kildee, members of the council and city staff. My name is Michael Ronan, and I am the principal at St. Mary Magdalene School, located at 2534 Ventura Boulevard in Camarillo, next door to the former fire station property. I'd first like to thank all of you for your years of service to the City of Camarillo, both as members of our City Council as well as in a variety of other capacities. We seek to instill in our students a desire to take their knowledge, gifts, and talents and use them to better the world around them. As members of City Council, you have the great responsibility of serving our wonderful community. Tonight, I would like to speak to the development of the former fire station on Ventura Boulevard in Old Town. While I would welcome development of the site, it is truly a gateway to Old Town for those exiting the 101 freeway and coming from the train station. The school and parish communities would strongly object to any sort of establishment that would seek to obtain a license to sell alcohol in such close proximity to our school children. Our school field and basketball and volleyball courts are used not only through the day by our students, but also during the early evening by our football, basketball, and volleyball teams. On behalf of our 254 students and 176 school families, a majority of whom are Camarillo residents, I'd ask you to please consider alternative projects other than those that would sell alcohol next to our school and our children. As a parish community, we would be happy to have the opportunity to explore options for further development of the property. Again, thank you for your time and service to the City of Camarillo.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. All right. So do we have any comments from the staff at this point? Or anything?
I don't have any comments.
I don't have any comments.
Okay. Council members, any comments on that?
Only comments, just glad to see Father Mullen here this evening. I haven't seen him before at a council meeting. This is great.
All right. Now, Mr. Little?
This issue was raised by within the council, and the decision was to move forward as a restaurant. I share the concerns that have been expressed tonight, and feel that there's some alternatives out there that we ought to explore as part of this study, rather than just simply going for a restaurant.
Any other comments or anything?
Your Honor, we have had a chance to sit and for so many years trying to get something built. Economy went down, other things held it up, and now I think from what we decided a long time ago, it's time to, I think, the council and staff to look at it again and see what else can be there besides just a restaurant or something that serves alcohol. But I know we need to kind of continue that commercial type of venue along the boulevard to make it part of the boulevard. But I think we need to sit down and have another study session and work with staff and see what else we can do there, if anything else.
Just a comment on that. My understanding is that we have not completely reacquired that from the state. Is that correct yet? We're really close, but we haven't quite done that?
We've reacquired
We have,
it,
okay.
100%.
And part of that, as we reacquired it, was that the use was going to be a restaurant. Is that right? That's how we pitched it to the state?
Yes.
Is that correct there? So then the thinking was that we pitched it to the state as a restaurant. We ought to give it a little bit of time here just to see if there's a usage at that as we pitch it to the state, so we'll be contiguous with what our application was. Was that?
Yeah, and to be frank, our pitch to the state was really determined by what the city wanted us to pursue, staff to pursue as a use.
If we decided to do something else, let's say makes us a little, make some taxpayers' dollars, entertainment, some type of entertainment kind of thing, be that a coffee shop, whatever, would the state say no because we found something different?
I'm sorry, I missed what type of?
If we found another usage that we liked, would the state say anything differently? Would they say, "Oh, sorry, you can't do that because you said this"?
We could apply for something else with the state.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd go back.
Well, we've discussed this for many years, Your Honor. I believe that we should go ahead and continue. Part of this is, and we know there are a lot of problems with that site. Part of the reason that it didn't, the Great America didn't just jump up and go with it was because there was access and egress problems, there's size, there's parking, and all that stuff. I think we ought to go ahead and see what Mr. Cosmont's company says can be done there with regard to whether a restaurant can happen or not. I really do. It may come back that he says, you know, there are better uses for this.
One thing that it was mentioned by Val, we can't make uses of any uses of that building unless we have parking. In the back building's parking, you can't reach that back building part of the parking unless you have that driveway. We've gone through this so many times to get the extra added parking for the usage of any usage for that building. Going across the back with that lane that goes in the back of the park, that helps accommodate that.
That's why we acquired the park.
That's right.
Well, let's just try it on for size. I will move to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Cosmont Companies and approve a budget appropriation in the amount of $120,000. There's no guarantee that any of these things are going to come back with the purpose we're sending them out to.
May come back with, I'll second that with a comment. I think this is sending him out to see what he can do, see what options are out there, and we'll see what he brings us back.
And he will look at options. That's what we understand, right? He'll be looking at options for that property.
Well, under the scope of this contract. I mean, it's not going to go out and do anything he wants to do.
However, I believe it was explained to us that if he says, this isn't going to go anyplace, then he's going to come back. He's not going to spend the full amount of money, and he'll be coming back and talking to us. Yeah. That's what I understood you.
That's correct. And more importantly, he's not going to waste a lot of time. We'll test the market.
He doesn't waste time.
Yeah. Well, we'll test the market, and if the market doesn't support the restaurant use that we desire, then we'll go back and reload.
Your Honor, could I ask that this vote be separated into the fire station separate from the other two items?
But we only have one agreement we're voting on.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well,
We only have one agreement.
I realize that, but I think that...
I think we have to vote for the agreement or against it.
Okay.
Instead of pulling it apart.
Yeah, because the pricing based on
Just
pricing could be different.
a comment. If I'm gonna support this, if no other reasons, I've been very public about my concern about a restaurant there. However, when I first started talking about this, I had dark hair and I had a lot of it. So anything we can do to try to get this thing going, I think, is a good thing. So I'm going to support this for no other reason than I think we need to get something going on this as soon as we can. Any other comments from anybody?
Your Honor.
With that, please vote.
Your Honor, hang on a second. I had to comment. Like you say, this has been going a long time. And we had a lot of thoughts on this property and what to do and so on. One of the things you're going to have in the future is 19,000 students at the university. Okay? We're going to have a lot of people, a lot of students running around this town, especially on Ventura Boulevard. That's where they're going to go. There's a shuttle that the university is supporting that's going to be going down that boulevard. Somehow they have to be accommodated in some fashion, in a good, positive way. I think if he can't find a good use of restaurant, I'm going to vote for this, but it's got to be something special. And it can't be something that's, like you say, the main part of it's alcohol related. It's got to be something that's going to be food related, mainly. That's its main thing. And so hopefully he'll come back with something good, but if he doesn't, I'm anxious to see what else can go in there.
And Mr. Mayor, I had a quick comment, and you might recall not that long ago, we did have a very decent proposal that was predominantly alcohol-based, and we said 5-0 thumbs down. So so we had that in mind. And,
Good.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
And we'll get another shot at it. I mean, once he brings his recommendations back, we're going to be looking at each one of these in detail.
No pun intended.
See what's a
Another
fit
shot at it.
with next door, with our neighbors next door. Because we have to have something that's...
Please vote. All right. That passes 401 with Mr. Little in opposition. Okay, do we have time to do the tourism? Can we do
If we could squeeze it in.
we do that? I think I'd like to. I've got people here.
Please, thank you.
Okay, resolution of intent, the Camarillo Tourism Marketing District. We have a staff report on that.
Yep. Actually, this is Gina T. with Civitas, the consultant that we've been working with on this business improvement district, and she is going to make the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. As Bruce said, my name is Gina Trechter, and this is my colleague Melanie Cottrell, and we're here with Civitas. Civitas was hired by the cooperative efforts of both the city and the chamber to help form the district. Civitas has been the consultant on 63 out of the 84 tourism improvement districts in the state of California, and our president and founder, John Lambeth, was the primary author of the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994, which is the law that this district would be formed under. A little bit of background on tourism improvement districts. Essentially, the hotels pay an assessment. It's collected by the local government and managed by the destination marketing organization. There are currently 84 tourism improvement districts operating in the state of California. Collectively, these districts raise over $150 million in funds to promote tourism. Currently, Camarillo is in a tourism marketing district with the cities of Oxnard and Ventura. This Camarillo marketing district would be supplemental to that district and provide additional services and programs that benefit the city of Camarillo only. There are many benefits to forming these districts. First of all, the funds cannot be diverted towards government programs and are designated for marketing purposes. They are customized to fit the needs of each destination. They allow for the hotels to leverage the funds together so that maybe programs that they couldn't afford on their own, they can leverage the funds and market the destination, increase tourism promotion, and sales lead generation. The funds are designed, created, and governed by the hoteliers themselves, and they provide a stable, industry-driven funding source for tourism promotion. So the Camarillo Tourism Marketing District is formed pursuant to the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994, in which requires support from hoteliers paying over 50% of the assessment. They have a 5 or 10-year life. They are managed by a nonprofit organization. It was required to submit an annual report to the city. The payers can disestablish the district annually by petition, and the city can disestablish if malfeasance or misappropriation of funds occur. There are 5 steps to forming a tourism improvement district. The first is developing the district plans in which the key parameters of the district are discussed, and that has been done. The next is the petition drive, which we have submitted petitions in support of the district from hotels paying over 50% of the assessment. Next is the resolution of intention, which is why we're here today. If adopted, there would then be a public meeting, which would be held at a city council meeting. It's an opportunity for public comment and requires no action from council. And lastly, the hearing. If council determines that there is not a majority protest, then there is a resolution of formation. So over the last few months, the steering committee and city staff has met to discuss the key parameters of the district, which include, and these are in the management district plan, which I believe you all have a copy of in your agenda report. So the boundaries of the district would be the city of Camarillo. All lodging businesses in the city would be the payers at an assessment rate of 2% of the room rental rate. This would yield approximately $440,000 annually, which would be used to increase overnight visitation and room sales with programs such as TV and radio promotions, promotions of citywide events, and other sales and local marketing efforts. The term would be 5 years and would be governed by the nonprofit, the Camarillo Hotel and Tourism Association, which would be established if the district is formed. It would follow both the Brown Act and the Public Records Act, and the association would be comprised of four hotels, 1 rep from the city of Camarillo, 1 representative from the Chamber of Commerce, and 1 non-hotel business or organization that has an interest in tourism marketing. There would be no immediate impact on the city budget. Once established, the city of Camarillo would receive a 1% fee for administering the collections, and over time these programs, after they take effect, TOT and sales tax may increase. Today we're requesting a motion to adopt the resolution of intention to establish the Camarillo Tourism Marketing District. If adopted, a public meeting is requested for September 24th and a resolution of formation and public hearing for November 19th. This would allow the district to begin collections December 1st of 2014. Thank you. And there any questions?
Any questions at this point?
I do have one.
Mrs. McDonald?
Can you explain to me, I'm reading the, I guess it's the program, the plan. It talks about being able to buy capital improvements. And in fact, it even talks about someplace where, I don't remember if it was in the plan or in the description, where you could pay for a parking structure in order to get tourism or something. Is that part of this specific plan? And I'm not advocating a parking structure, but I just happened to read that somewhere.
That is not part of this specific plan. We append in the back of the management plan the current edition of the 1994 law. My guess is that what you were looking at was the law that allows that. If you look at pages 5 and 6, which are in your packet numbered 9 and 10, those have these specific items that are proposed here. And it's primarily marketing and sales, really to put more heads in beds.
Okay.
Anything else?
I'm sorry. And so it has the administrative piece, advertising. Could you buy and furnish an office and those kind of things with the funds?
Potentially, yes, although in this case, the plan to keep administrative costs down is that the chamber will be providing administrative services for this effort. So we don't anticipate any new office costs.
But you could if you had to.
Yes.
Not that you were going anywhere, Gary, but but you could if you had to, if something were to happen. Okay.
Yes.
All righty. Thank you.
Mr. Little, I think you had a question?
Just how many properties do we have in Camarillo that would be under this?
11.
And how many? I count 6 that have signed petitions. So it's about a little over half plus 1.
Right. So it's 50% of the payers.
Yeah.
So I think we estimated.
But if the council goes ahead and creates a district after the hearings and everything else, then all the properties are in it, whether they sign the petition or not. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
If
No,
I
I have a
could
question.
add, okay.
It's 50% based on how much they're taking in, not 50% of the individual properties.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could comment also. 6 petitions in the affirmative supporting this. It does not mean that the 5 that did not submit are against this. I think in our straw poll, was it 1 or maybe 1 that was against, and then there was 1 that was neutral, and the other 9 were supportive. They just ran out of time, and they didn't need to be here because we had enough of the petition for the legal requirement to have more than 51% weighted by the amount they pay in.
Any other questions?
Anybody
Okay,
want
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
any cards?
Any cards? No, I do not have any cards here.
Move to adopt a resolution of intention to establish the Camarillo Tourism Marketing District.
Second.
Motion is second here, and no further discussion. Please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. We do have some closed session items. Would it be appropriate, Counselor, to mention those at this time?
Yes, it would be. There are 2 items. One is a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Number of cases is 1. The other closed session would be a conference with the real property negotiator. The authority and the property are identified in the agenda report. It's the old courthouse building, former courthouse building. The agency negotiators and negotiating parties are also identified in the agenda. Under negotiation is the price in terms of payment.
Okay. With that, Mr., did you have a comment?
Yes, we're going to break for the study session first, and then after that we'll go to closed session. It's a relatively short anticipated study session.
Okay, so we're going to recess now to a study session, and then the closed session items, and we will be back at 7:30. John, are you going to... Yeah, I'll make that happen.
They cannot stand in front of the doors, any doors.
Right. All right, are we ready?
It's time. It's past
Yeah.
time. Let's go.
Let's ask them, are they ready?
Who cares?
You ready? Everybody ready? Mike, you
Ready to go.
All right, everybody, welcome. I'm going to reconvene the City Council meeting and let the record reflect that all the council members are present. At this time, we're going to have the flag salute. I'll ask Mrs. Craven if she'd lead us in the flag salute, please.
Certainly. Please rise. Place your hand over your heart and join me in the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is the presentation. It's a presentation of the check to the future farmers of America. Robert Kaza Heiga, am I pronouncing that right, Robert? I hope so. And I'm going to ask Robert if you'd come up, please. And I know you have a presentation. Let me get the microphone for you. Yeah, right up here, Robert. Everybody can kind of line up here if they could.
Did you see?
What's your name, right? Yes. Thank you. Anywhere you go, yeah, you can get in the back there. Okay, we have a presentation of a check to the future farmers of America. And it's Robert Kazakawa is the general manager of the Access Information Management. Will present a check to the future farmers of America for the proceeds of the July 2014 shredding event, which was at the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District, and I brought several boxes myself, and it was a wonderful, wonderful project. So with that, Robert, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can give the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. So first, thanks everyone for showing up tonight. This is a great presentation where we're Access Information and we provide document solutions, digital and physical for the Ventura County area. And what we did this year was something special. So in coordination with the city of Camarillo, we brought out about 50 volunteers and employees just across the street to the Pleasant Valley Rec Center, a bunch of vehicles, and we shredded 55,000 pounds of paper.
Wow.
That's it, 55,000 pounds of paper. Woo! We were able to service 713 Camarillo residents. Ooh. So after having that been said, so we got the paper and all that recycled, and what Access Information is going to do is I'm going to present proudly this check for $3,400, all of the proceeds from the event to Camarillo High School. Future farmer of, sorry, to the Camarillo High School FFA. So congratulations. There you go. Thank you so much.
Really? Smaller group?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, next, public comments. These are comments for any item that is not on the agenda tonight. So let me see what we have here. I've got 3, and I'll call them up. No particular order, just how I received them. We have a big crowd here tonight. I'm really going to have to keep you to the 3 minutes if you would. So first is Tony Tremblay, as Tony's here. And Tony, if you could really talk into that microphone really quick, really close to you, so we can pick it up so everybody in here.
How's that, Mr. Mayor? Is that pretty good?
Terrific. And
Very
your
well.
microphone's on. And
great. If I can hand these to the clerk and ask her to distribute them to the council. My name is Tony Tremblay, 31-year resident and proud resident of Camarillo. I am not here in an attorney capacity tonight. I am not here representing any clients. I am a member of the board of directors of Camarillo Hospice, one of your nonprofit organizations in Camarillo, but I am not speaking officially on behalf of the board. Camarillo Hospice, as you may know, had a wonderful event during the Labor Day weekend at the Camarillo House, our chili cook-off, and at this point I would really appreciate saying thank you very much to the community for your support. We're very grateful to the community. It's a big event for us. But I'm asking you tonight, I want to talk to you tonight about the lead-up to that event, because an issue came up regarding the use of banners, which is an important, or signs or banners, which is an important part of Camarillo Hospice's outreach effort to the community. And what I have distributed through the city clerk to you is an exchange of correspondence between the city and Camarillo Hospice, which contains denials of various requests to place Camarillo Hospice's banners advertising the events. And so, for example, I personally had received approval from the Watershed Protection District for the placement of banners at 2 places in the city, and those requests were denied by the city. They were denied by the Community Development Department, and but I want to hasten to clarify, I have absolutely no criticism of Mr. Norman at all. He's wonderful. I am glad that he's brought his talents here to Camarillo. It's a question of discretion on his part. This is really a matter of policy for you as the city council. So there's no criticism of Mr. Norman. The issue is Camarillo Hospice, as a nonprofit, was denied the right to, or denied the ability to put up those banners. But at the same time, as the correspondence reveals, Camarillo Fiesta, which in and of itself is a nonprofit, it's not the city, but the city was a major sponsor of that event. That was approved apparently because the city council authorized placement of those banners. So you have a question. Why the double standard? Why does that exist? I know you're precluded from discussing this under the Brown Act tonight. I have 2 specific requests for you. One is I would like the City Council to provide assurances that Camarillo Hospice and other nonprofits are treated equally to other nonprofits in the community where the city has taken a major sponsorship interest. And number 2, I request that the City Council put this item on its agenda for the first meeting in October so we can discuss this and hopefully take action and revise the policy so the city is not accused of having a double standard. Thank you very much. And I realize I may be the only one here tonight not talking about another item on the agenda, so just consider me to be your voice of dissonance for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Tony. Next is Matthew Lorimer. I think Matt here. Again, Matt, I know you know the drill. The 3 minutes, if you'd adhere to it, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. My name is Matt Lorimer. I live at the Lamplighter Mobile Home Park. I've been HOA president. Had to come here for many years. I've been coming for 6 years. The last 2 years, I've been asking for a rent stabilization ordinance. And during this time period, we wanted to come and have a fair hearing with the city council. And during this time, Terry Bray, who belongs to the GSMO, basically Golden State Mobile Home Owners League, was approached twice by a city council member and was told that it wasn't going to happen. Several things occurred. We've asked twice for an investigation. We sent a written notice to the city attorney and the city manager. And we said we want to invest an outside investigation. You cannot investigate yourselves. That's not how this country works. That's not how the city works. I received a letter from the city attorney saying he talked to the city manager and they decided there was no issue. That's not the way things work, folks. We need an investigation. When a person is approached at work over a subject, that's not right. When they're approached at another thing and told that it's never going to happen, that's not right. When you investigate yourselves, that's not right. You can make all excuses you want, but the fact is we've asked for an outside investigation. And by the way, how did you come up with no answer when you never even talked to Terry Bray? I talked to Ms. Bray. She has not received any phone calls from the city attorney or the city manager or any attorney or any outside firm. What this appears to be is cronyism. What's going on basically is you cannot investigate yourself. You need to separate yourself. Everybody wants a fair shot, okay? Let's investigate and let's have a fair approach to it. You cannot investigate yourself. You cannot. I repeat, you cannot. Because what happens is you want a fair and balanced debate. And again, I asked the city council and I asked the city attorney, city manager, we are asking for an outside investigation on the conduct of a councilman. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Matt. Next is Terry Bray. Did I see Terry? There's Terry. Again, Terry, I know you've been here numerous times, but 3 minutes if you would, I'd appreciate it. Really turn that, yeah, get it right down. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Bray, President of the Golden State Mobile Homeowners League, Chapter 616, Lamplighter Mobile Home Park. Attention, City Camarillo, City Attorney, City Manager, item 1 of 2. The week before the last City Council meeting of August 27th, the City Attorney was provided the legal documentation that the homeowners of Lamplighter Mobile Home Park invested into that quells concerns, clarifies misunderstandings, and further educates the City Council and staff to the viability and the legality of forming and implementing a Camarillo mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. Additionally, I have again, for the third time, confirmed that Mr. Carl Lawson of the Oxnard Housing Authority remains ready and willing to personally share his ordinance crafting expertise to you at no charge to expedite and guide you to the crafting of a Camarillo ordinance. You and your staff have had over 2 weeks to review the provided legal documentation that you requested, so I am now requesting another formal discussion on the subject of implementation of a Camarillo mobile home rent stabilization ordinance to be placed on the agenda for the next City Council meeting, September 24th. As requested by Councilwoman Jan McDonald and supported by Councilman Bill Little, let's get this matter fully reviewed and make a decision. And follow up to my August 27th request for an investigation into the violation of the Brown Act by one of the current councilmen pertaining to the 2 separate instances of being personally approached by the councilman twice this year, I recently received a letter from the city attorney stating that he and the city manager determined there is no reason to conduct an investigation. Really? In the open and public section of a guide to the Ralph M. Brown Act, 2nd edition, 2010, provided by the League of California Cities, under Achieving Balance, page 5, there lies the statement, the ability of an elected official to confer with constituents or colleagues must be balanced against the important public policy prohibiting decision-making outside of public meetings. This councilman stated, as I reported to you already, that the efforts of Lamplighter homeowners is a waste of time. You're being played for the cameras because it's a re-election year, and the entire city council has already decided they are not going to approve rent stabilization ordinance. So the confusions and explanations needed remain. Has the city council really made up their minds? Are we being played as fools? Is this councilman really representing the feelings and private discussions of the entire city council? Or is he lying and trying to use intimidation tactics to suppress our feelings? And if so, why? I firmly believe the Brown Act has been violated. At this time, I am requesting Councilman Mike Morgan to step down from his position immediately and retire from his political public service.
Thank you for your comments, Terry. Okay, so that gets us down to the presentations. It's the presentation, the public hearing the Canal Creek General Plan referral. There's some housekeeping I'd like to do here, please, and I'd like to thank everyone for coming here tonight. It's great to see you here. This is what democracy is about. Before we begin with the Canal Creek agenda, obviously, as everyone here knows, we have a large crowd, and I'm just going to go over a few points so that everyone can be aware of the procedures in order to allow for an orderly and efficient process. I know many of you were here 2 weeks ago, but I want to just reiterate in the essence of public safety, we brought in extra chairs there in anticipation of the great interest, and be mindful that the chairs may not be moved at any time due to the regulations of the fire marshal. There are 3 emergency exits here. You might try to find out where they are if you take a look at that, please. Take a moment to locate each and every one of them. And the perimeter of the center aisle are to be kept clear, and no standing is permitted in the room perimeter. We do have the fire marshal up there, especially where there's a door access, and that's per fire regulations. Seating, realize that there may be more people here tonight than usual. Everyone must be seated. There are additional seats in the foyer, and as people leave the chambers, they can be replaced on a one-on-one basis. You might raise your hand or something to let people know that your seat is opened. Again, please don't stand in front of any door. Speaking, in order to speak to the council, if you would, please fill out a blue speaker form and turn it in to a staff member, if you would. They will give them to the chairperson. At the appropriate time, I will call the names, and you will have an opportunity to provide your testimony. We need to exercise the 3-minute rule so that everyone will have an opportunity to speak. Please, there will be a number of people that want to speak. I have to limit it to 3 minutes. The hearing is primarily for the purpose to hearing your comments on this agenda item. There will be a discussion of the general plan amendment referral for the Canal Creek project and what are the city options. Also, this is very important too. You're welcome to submit a non-verbal comment card as well. Those cards, and you can fill them out and turn them in to a staff member, and they will be just as important as a verbal card. I'm sorry, I guess they're yellow. I keep saying pink for some reason. They're the yellow cards. Meeting decorum, and this is really important here. During the hearing process, we ask that you refrain from any applause, cheering, or other forms of outburst. We know that everyone has opinions here on this matter. We want them to use their time in the hearing to hear those opinions, regardless of how you stand on it. It's very important that everybody feels comfortable to make a comment here. It maintains a climate and everybody feels comfortable, and I don't want to have to recess the meeting if it gets out of control here. I don't want to do it. 10 o'clock seems to kind of be the witching hour. People have jobs, kids need to go home, so as many people that we can bring forward in that allotted time is really, really good for everybody here. The order of the presentation. A staff report will be presented regarding this agenda item first. The council will have an opportunity to ask questions of the city staff. I will then open the public hearing. The applicant will have an opportunity to make a presentation. The public will then have an opportunity to make their comments. I will read the names of the speaker cards in the order that I receive them. Then the applicant will have an opportunity to make some closing comments. Then we're going to close the public hearing, and an opportunity for discussion and possible decision by the council will then potentially happen. After all the comments of the public have been received, then I will close the public hearing, and the council will discuss this item and possibly make a decision. Again, thank you for your interest. It's great to see all of you here. Please adhere to the 3-minute rule, if you will, and please no outward signs of any applause or anything. I'd really, really appreciate that. So with that, we will start first with the Public hearing. It's a Conejo Creek General Plan referral. We're going to start with the staff report. I believe Mr. Dave Norman will start this off. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for everyone who's attending this evening and for taking your time. The city's general plan is a state-mandated policy document. There are 7 mandatory elements to a general plan as mandated by the state. However, the city has 9 elements, 2 of which are optional. We have a curb element, a land use element, circulation, housing, recreation, open space and conservation, community design, safety, and noise. Each mandated element may be amended up to 4 times per year. Optional elements, however, have no limitation in terms of their amendments. Any owner of property can propose an amendment to the property's general planned land use designation. For example, in the past and currently, we have had, and we do have, proposals to change agricultural land to residential. We've also seen situations where we have industrial land being changed to residential or even commercial. However, when there's a change in land use, generally and most often, a zoning change would also be needed, and that's because zoning needs to be consistent with general planned land use designation by California state law. A general plan amendment is required for any change in land use designation. Continuing, a general plan amendment referral application, application requests are heard by the City Council at the second meeting of January each year. If a referral application request is approved, staff proceeds with review of the developer concepts, development of a draft-specific plan as directed by the City Council, environmental review such as an EIR or mitigated negative deck, and an economic impact study if requested by the City Council. However, and this is not on my slide, but I'll add this, is that if a referral application is denied, then that concept dies for the year, so to speak, and a developer always has the opportunity to come back and try again next year. Other entitlements may also be processed concurrently with the general plan amendment referral, depending on the size of the project, and these will most likely include a change of zone, a land division, and a development permit. All work proceeds at the developer's cost. The developer pays the general plan amendment application fee and the actual cost of EIR work plus a 15% administrative fee. The general plan amendment referral is a discretionary act of the City Council. The process can be initiated or rescinded at any time. There's no state mandate to refer a general plan amendment. It is an act that the City Council can take in its full discretion. In terms of the Conejo Creek general plan amendment referral and the EIR timeline, this won't be new information to most of you if you attended the meeting 2 weeks ago. On December 21st, 2006, DPS, they filed a GPS referral application. On January 24th, 2007, the City Council directed staff to process the GPA referral request. November 16th, 2009, there was a public scoping of the project for the EIR, and the draft EIR has been prepared by Rincon Consultants under contract with the city and with the developer paying the cost. On July 20th, 2012, the draft environmental impact report was released for a 60-day review period, and September 18th, 2012 and December 4th, 2012, the Planning Commission held hearings on the draft environmental EIR. There were numerous comments. New information was presented, and project changes required recirculation of that draft. On July 22, 2014, the city issued a notice of availability of the recirculated draft EIR for a 60-day comment period ending September 20th, of this month in 2014. August 27th, 2014, just 2 short weeks ago, the City Council held a public hearing to allow for public comment on the recirculated draft EIR, and the directed staff to bring back an agenda item reviewing the GPA referral and the city's options on the referral, and that's our purpose tonight. This is the project study area. Everything you see outlined in yellow is the acreage under consideration. We have, whoops, let's see, we want to go back. There we go. We have this northern area here, we did, bounded by 101 Freeway and Pleasant Valley. Then we have this area over here, most of which is actually outside city limits and would need annexation. This portion here is within city limits, and this portion here is also within city limits. In terms of proposed land uses as proposed in the current version of the specific plan, we see that we have some single-family residential in this area here, also in here, anything that's in this pale color surrounding this lake here, multifamily residential in the darker brown, in the tan color, commercial mixed use, retail up here in the corner, and corporate and industrial right here. In terms of acreage for proposed specific plan land uses, we had up to 2,500 residential units on approximately 300 acres, 220 acres of recreational and open space uses, 14 acres for school uses, 100 acres of industrial uses, which nets out to about 1.3 million square feet of new industrial use, 62 acres of office, commercial, and mixed uses, 33 acres for arterial and collector streets. Council's options for regarding the GPA referral this evening are: 1, Council may allow the GPA referral to remain in place and continue to process the general plan amendment. Or number 2, Council may rescind the GPA referral and direct staff to stop processing the general plan amendment. And finally, the Council may provide staff with other direction with regard to the GPA referral. Important points to make in terms of the EIR status is this. The EIR is an informational document required by the California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA, to describe the environmental impacts of a proposed project and the mitigation measures necessary to eliminate or reduce the impacts identified. Certification of an EIR is not project approval, and we made this point 2 weeks ago. Regardless of the option above that you saw, selected by the Council, if requested by the applicant, the City should continue to process the EIR. The applicant will pay for all costs of processing the EIR. In terms of Council's decision and the impact to the project, without an amendment to the Camarillo General Plan land use element, the Camarillo Creek specific plan and any other project entitlements would be inconsistent with the City's general plan. If City Council selects option number 2 and rescinds the GPA amendment referral, then the Conejo Creek specific plan and any other project entitlements for the Conejo Creek project cannot be recommended by the Planning Commission or approved by the City Council due to lack of consistency with the City's general plan. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, are there any questions from Mr. Norman at this particular point? Anybody have any questions? Okay, so this is an advertised public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. And see, I have several blue cards here. So first, I'm going to ask the applicant, would you like to make any comments at this particular point? Let me make sure that everything's on for you. Dennis, there again, you up to 30 minutes if you would. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and members of the City Council. I'm Dennis Hardgrave, the land planner for the Conejo Creek Specific Plan property owners. I'm speaking on their behalf tonight and would like to reserve the right, as you've mentioned earlier, for our team to make a closing comment at the end of public testimony. As has been stated in the staff report this evening, the Conejo Creek Specific Plan owners have been actively in this general plan amendment referral process for over 7.5 years. Throughout this time, they have done whatever was asked of them in the planning and EIR process, worked closely with city staff and the EIR consultants as appropriate, and have met with anyone who asked for a meeting regarding this proposal. A long-range plan such as this is a process, and the owners want to continue with the process. Based on the many concerns raised at the hearings, the owners intend to review them all and to revisit the plan and alternatives. It is important to note that there has not been a hearing before the City Council nor detailed discussion of the draft EIR in its entirety or the project alternatives. The process will likely result in substantial changes and downsizing to be considered for this project. These owners will continue to own this land for the long-term future and will continue also to be a part of this community. If collaboration is possible, we would certainly welcome it, as we have in the past when planning for a number of other long-range projects that have served our community. Thank you for your consideration of the request.
Thank you, Dennis. Any questions at Dennis's point? Thank you, Dennis. Okay, so now it's the public comment time. I have several blue cards. So,
Mayor Craven and Mayor Morgan. I decided to go with the first names as I didn't want to experience the same dilemma as Governor Rick Perry of Texas. During one of the debates, when he was running for president, he proposed to close 3 departments, but he could only remember 2. I have spoken to the council in one of the early meetings in opposition of this proposed development, and that position has not changed. The cons to this proposed development are overwhelming and even staggering. The pros are minimal to non-existent. For logic's sake, I would like to cite the law of diminishing returns to make the case against the proposed Conejo Creek development. Economic law states that if the input in the production of a commodity, in this case houses, condos, retail, etc., is increased while other inputs are held fixed, a point will eventually be reached in which addition of the input yield progressively smaller or diminishing increases in output. A correlation of this law is relevant to the Conejo Creek development. Considering the massive input of resources that would be required to bring this development to fruition. Unfortunately, the output would result in a diminished quality of life for those who reside in the city. Destruction of farmland, destruction of wildlife habitat, more air pollution, heavier traffic, a strained water supply ad infinitum. I would like to say to the council in closing, I'm reminded of words once spoken by former Lady Nancy Reagan, just say no.
Don't let him laugh.
Again, please, everybody.
Thank you for allowing me to speak before you tonight.
Thank you, Mel, for your comments. Appreciate that. Okay, Matt Lorimer. Again, Matt, 3 minutes. If you could keep it to that, I'd really appreciate it.
Matt Lorimer, speaking as a private citizen. You know, when you look at this project, we're 3 years in a drought, folks. How you mitigate that is just amazing. You can't. You come home on the 101 freeway, you sit in traffic for an hour. And people know that's a fact because you can sit there and you see them piling up. If you want to go along the boulevard, get off, it's a nightmare. You can't mitigate the freeways, okay? Adding another lane isn't going to compensate for all these people. The additional trucks are going to be needed for supermarkets. By the way, you approved a new school with 700, it's a cap of 700. You're going to have to put portables. You'll have all kinds of problems in that area. Also, you're jeopardizing jobs, the military. Across this country, the bases are going to be closed. We don't want to lose the current base. It's going to affect, by the way, there's bananas that come in there, there's cars, there's a lot of things that come in there, and you're going to put military people out of a job, and you're going to hurt California, which is already losing businesses. You know, you look at this whole development and you ask yourself, why are we here today? We're here because over years and decades, it started in the San Fernando Valley. A little farm disappeared. It started in Palmdale. It started all over. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Santa Monica, everywhere you go. They said, we just want to keep building. The problem is you bring problems. You bring crime, traffic, smog. And then what you do, you have people basically move to an area like this because they don't want a repeat of that. They want a place they can come and have a family. And you know, I was at the supermarket the other day, and it was kind of telling. I was at Vaughn's, and a little girl said to her mother, you know where food comes from? It comes from the supermarket. And I said, no, it doesn't. It comes from a farm. And that's the problem. It's real important. This is more than just this generation. It's the next generation. And you know, I said before, the solution is the city needs to buy this property, maybe with the university, and create an ag department. The people have flooded this building for the last couple of days, and they just don't want it. And you know something? The people vote, and they're going to make their decision. But another thing is it's important to listen to people, because if you don't listen to people, then who are you? And who do you really represent? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Next is Frank Catalano. He's going to be followed by Mary Gail King and then Deborah Field. So, Frank, again, if you could put that microphone really close to you, Frank, I'd appreciate it.
I guess I'm a little shorter, huh?
Well, I can't hear as well either. So.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, it's a pleasure to speak to you on this matter. I come from a little bit different perspective. I happen to agree with many of the people here. We've got problems that we're trying to correct. We've got problems that problems that might occur that we're trying to prevent. Smog, traffic, additional water issues. Those are all very important. But I think we've got a bigger problem. That is, we've put our developers through years of requirements to come here, and only now do we hear from the people. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with our process that we come as the people only at the end of the process in order to voice our opinion. Now, you've all been members here for many, many years. Mike, Mr. Morgan, how many years? 25, 30 years? Long time. Jan, many years? Charlotte, many more years. You've all been members for a long time. I mean that as a compliment, and you've done our city very well. But when you started office, Google wasn't a company. Maybe Apple Computer wasn't a company. Social media wasn't the issue. My point is, things have changed. You get voted in because of name recognition. We don't have the chance to do the input that we need to do. So I'd call on you to look at the process. Rescind this proposal. There's clear opposition to it. It's clear city people don't want it. It clearly has some problems. And to the developers, my sincere apology. I love this city. I hope to be here for another 30 years. But for us, we need to look at our process and get people more involved earlier. And you need to look at your commitment to the city and make a determination as to whether or not your continued service, even though it's been stellar up until this point, and I assume could be stellar.
Please.
That we do not let all the others who may bring new, fresh ideas, qualifications to your positions. Maybe then we could serve our developers even better. It's possible. It's possible that we can serve people better if you will help with a succession policy. It's a big process. It's a big commitment. But we've seen the results here. You've seen the community involved. I urge you to look at your process and look at your positions here in Camarillo. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Gail King, please. Is Mary here? Oh, there she is. Okay, Mary. Next would be Deborah Field, and after Deborah will be Camille Crawford. Again, Mary, 3 minutes if you would. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Mary Gail King, and I am a 13-year resident of Camarillo and 13-year small business owner. As a small business owner, I'm a little unusual because I work in the field of fine art. And I moved here from North Carolina. And oddly enough, when I moved here, I was very unfamiliar with the open space. I didn't recognize any of the plants except for palm trees. I was a little bit out of my element. And I lived up on one of the hills on the other side of town. And every morning I would get up and I would look out the window. And sorry, I'm not doing this to be weird.
That's okay.
I would see the open space of the Oxnard Plain. If you look out towards Ventura, you'll see that there has been, what I call indiscriminate growth from the city of Oxnard. It continuously opens up farmland without consideration. As I see it personally, this is not from some scientific approach, but traffic gets congested. It's very difficult to move through the city. And now I live on the other side of town. I live at the university. And I commute to Old Town Camarillo, where I have an artist in residence at Studio Channel Islands Art Center. And we are a forward-thinking nonprofit organization that partners with Pleasant Valley School District. That's the nonprofit arm. I personally work for profit as an artist. I couldn't work in Camarillo without that affiliation. I couldn't drive in 10 minutes from the university to Old Town if there was, I don't even know how many people will be added to that corridor along Pleasant Valley Road, but I will not get to work. Driving through that beautiful farmland, there won't be clean water easily available. The air will become polluted. There are a lot of things that we need to do in Camarillo to take care of ourselves. And I think taking care of what we have as opposed to expanding into something that we don't necessarily need is what we need to think about. So I'm here to advocate for our quality of life, for us and for our children, and as stewards of the natural beauty of the state of California. We're some of the few people who are blessed with this. You head over the hill and it starts to get a little congested.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Comment, Your Honor? Just one comment. You've been great on my SOAR team. Thank you.
Next is Deborah Field. After that's Camille Crawford and Louise Roberts. So is Deborah here? Is that Deborah?
Yes.
Yeah, if you can move that down.
Good evening.
Thank you. 3 minutes, if you would. Appreciate it.
I've been in Camarillo for a long time. I live in Leisure Village. I actually was not very aware of this plan for development, but at this time I'm wondering where the water is going to come from. All of us have been told to cut back. And I received phone calls from the Edison Company. I got another one today, and I've had several in the past asking me not to use a lot of electricity. It's an economy day of some kind between 1 hour and 8 hours or however many they choose for that day. Where is all of this going to come from in the future? How, if we can't provide for ourselves now, how are we going to provide for others? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Deborah. Next is Camille Crawford. After her will be Louise Roberts, and then I believe it's Bob Marilis. Camille, again, 3 minutes, if you would, please.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and council members.
My name is Camille Crawford, and I live in Woodside Greens, directly across Pleasant Valley Road from the farmland in the hot seat, which we all hope has gone cold. How apropos is it tonight to have a group of future Farmers of America students in our presence? I highly endorse them, being a farm girl in the past. I hope that there will be plenty of land for them to farm in the future. At the last City Council meeting, one council member remarked that this city has been in a turmoil far too long, and I couldn't agree more. I think all of us are ready to go home to our families and resume our peaceful lives in this wonderful, unique gem of a city surrounded by all this beautiful farmland that we want to preserve and move on. I don't recall ever in this city any issue that has raised the ire and riled up the people in a community to the degree that it has with this unwanted Conejo Creek project. Should this dragon rear its ugly head again somewhere down the line, there is no doubt that the city will again be in turmoil and will revolt. The community will rise again in full force and come to the front lines should the vote be anything other than to end the project. The people who are the city have spoken over and over and over. The negatives of this far outweigh the positives, and all have been made public with detailed, extensive research, homework, and heartfelt emotion concerning this project. To the City Council, I implore you to rescind the referral for the Conejo Creek project, not just temporarily, not just to be put on the back burner, not just for now, and definitely not a scaled-down version of the project, but voted down permanently now and forevermore. The people have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Next is Louise Roberts, followed by Bob Marilis, and followed by, I believe it's Kathleen Masaglia, I believe. So, Louise, are you here? Again, okay, Louise. Again, if you can put that microphone down. And 3 minutes, if you would, Louise. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Louise.
A little closer. You really got to speak, way into it.
My name is Louise Roberts, and I'm founder of Stop Conejo Creek. You know why we're here and what needs to be done, and you know how to do it. Indeed, there is much for you to be proud of that you have done for Camarillo. But what does it all mean if we become just another freeway town filled with housing tracts and commercial retail buildings driving on congested streets and freeways? We are here with great expectations that you will do the right thing and choose option 2 to rescind the referral. Please do not do what you did with the Samus proposals and encourage them to come back with a scaled-down, different version, even with the 1,100 home plan that Samus finally proposed. It met with so much opposition, they withdrew their request. Councilman Morgan said at that time, there is not an inalienable right to develop. We implore you to put an end to this. Don't make the city, the landowners, and the community spend more time, more effort, and more money on another version of another plan. If you can't or won't do that, then we are prepared to go to the ballot box with either a referendum or an initiative, as was done in Goleta, Buellton, and Santa Paula, or, if need be, at the election time in November. I honestly do not mean this as a threat, but to show our strong resolve. I did not get the nickname Bulldog at work for nothing.
Okay, everybody, please.
We have been collecting signatures on a petition, and I want to present it to you tonight. It is asking you to rezone this agricultural land and allow for residential, industrial, commercial development, and not allow. I have over 5,500 signatures, and the number continues to grow larger and larger as word spreads. In fact, I was counting them as I left today. I know that petitions have gotten a bad rap lately with internet mass signings. I want to assure you that each and every one of these signatures is valid and was signed by a real individual person. I realize that as you look at me and the majority of the audience here tonight, you might think that only the older generation is represented, but this is far from the case. One of our most recent Facebook posts reached 6,812 people. There is your younger generation. This is a populist movement. I would like to end with a quote from the American Farmland Trust. We're needlessly wasting one of the world's most important resources. Less than 1/5 of U.S. land is high quality. We are losing this finest land to development at an accelerating rate. U.S. agricultural land provides the nation and the world with an unparalleled abundance of food. But farmland means much more than food. Well-managed farmland shelters wildlife, supplies scenic open space, and helps filter impurities from air and water. These working lands keep our taxes down and maintain the legacy of our agricultural heritage. It makes no sense to develop our best farmland. Instead, we have a responsibility to protect this most valuable resource for future generations. Thank you for your time and consideration. And what should I do with these?
Thank you, Louise. Next is Bob Miralles. Bob's here. Kathleen will follow Bob, and then Barbara Williams. And if you could speak into the microphone, Bob, and again, 3 minutes. Did I pronounce your last name right?
Miralles.
Miralles. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Even if City Council votes to terminate the Canal Creek project, what's to say another developer won't show up in 2 months or 2 years and start this all over again? As Ms. Crawford pointed out, we don't want a scaled-down version. We don't want the turmoil that these types of proposals cost. Once this proposal is dead and buried, either by a vote of City Council or by a vote of the people in a referendum, we need to establish a process that will ensure that the will of the people will prevail in the future. We need you, the audience, everybody in the room, except you guys, you can't do that, to help us gather about 8,000 signatures in order to get a measure on the ballot. If you're willing to and able to help us gather these signatures, please see us at the initiative table outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next is Kathleen. After Kathleen would be Barbara Williams, and then Robbie Dornick. Kathleen, 3 minutes. Did I pronounce your last name right?
Marsalia. It's like lasagna. Anyway,
I can remember that.
I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I wasn't able to speak 2 weeks ago because as I tried to get from my university position at Northridge back here to get in time for the meeting, I found a clog in traffic and ended up in the parking lot at the top of the hill. So I wanted to say that I concur with all of the negative things that have been said about this project, and I urge you tonight to rescind, to keep the quality of life high here in Camarillo. That's the reason why I'm here, why I moved here, and I hope to stay here and maybe even die here someday. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I hope that you do the right thing.
Thank you, Kathleen. Barbara Williams, and then it'll be Robbie Dornick and Jim Hines. Barbara.
Thank you, City Council. I have been a resident as an adult since 1978, and I lived here as a child in 1958 and 1959. I want to thank you for listening to our pleas regarding the Canal Creek development on August 27th. You heard that each and every citizen who spoke during open comments that we oppose the development. By your general plan, it must be shown that the benefits of converting the farmland far outweigh the disadvantages. It was pointed out on August 27th that the disadvantages far outweigh the perceived benefits. It was made clear a viable source of water has not been identified. It was made crystal clear that traffic mitigation does not take into account approved development and the projected increase in the number of students at Cal State Channel Islands. I also told you about my husband's death on US 101, and I fear that the increased development and adding the homes there would potentially cause people the grief and pain our family has suffered. It was made clear that the health and safety of potential residents and the current residents of Camarillo Springs are in jeopardy due to the residual pesticides in the farmland, and I gave you all links to papers that address that issue. It was made clear that the potential residents could jeopardize the future of the naval base at Point Mugu due to noise complaints. And very importantly, the need for additional homes and commercial buildings has not been identified. To make the health, safety, and well-being of the citizens of Camarillo your most important consideration when deciding on the amendment to the general plan, you must deny the request. Please do what is right and rescind the general plan amendment referral and direct staff to stop processing the general plan amendment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Barbara. Robbie Dornick, Robbie here, and then it'll be Jim Hines, and I believe it's Brian CG, I believe. Robbie? Thank you.
My name is Robbie Dornick, and since 1986, I've been a resident of the Springs, one of 2 senior communities in the general Camarillo Springs area. I'm also co-chair of the Springs Community Emergency Response Team, one of a few active community CERTs in Camarillo. Many people have previously brought up the issues of traffic, water, impact on the Navy bases, and others. I'd like to bring up a slightly different issue based on a real-life scenario that impacted us over a year ago. When the Springs fire began early on May 2nd, 2013, a number of our CERT members notified their neighbors to prepare for a possible evacuation. We were later put on a mandatory evacuation order. Some of our residents chose to stay, and some followed the order. With my 3 dogs, I evacuated only as far as the Camarillo Springs Golf Course parking lot, so I didn't get too far, along with a number of other residents. Knowing the usual traffic conditions on the 101 freeway, if I had decided to truly evacuate, I would have chosen to take what we refer to as the back way, which is Ador Lane to Pleasant Valley. Luckily, I stayed put, since I soon heard a local radio newscaster telling people not to bother trying to get to Pleasant Valley Road because it had essentially turned into a parking lot and vehicles were not moving in either direction. By the afternoon of that day, CSU-CI was also under an evacuation order, so traffic was coming from both directions. All of this problem occurred without the Conejo Creek development. The 6 communities in the Camarillo Springs area would be the most severely impacted by this development. We have only 2 ways to enter or exit. If we have an even larger disaster, such as an earthquake, and if the Conejo Creek proposal is approved, we would essentially be locked in place, and it'd be impossible to get out. In addition, emergency personnel would be unable to reach us. I ask you to not risk putting us into such a dire predicament, and please rescind the GPA referral for Conejo Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Jim Hines, followed by Brian, and then Joy Hart. Jim, again, 3 minutes if you would. Appreciate it.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Jim Hines. I represent the organization, the Sierra Club, on matters of concern in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. My organization completely opposes any action by the city of Camarillo to change the valuable, rich agricultural land in the proposed development area and to not grant any zone change to accommodate the proposed development. On a personal level, I was born in the area and spent my entire life here. I can remember the days of coming back from perhaps the evening in the Los Angeles area with my parents as a child and looking as we came down the then 2-lane Conejo grade and seeing the small town of Camarillo's lights off in the distance surrounded by a great deal of darkness. That was the rich agricultural lands at night. I've watched the city grow and gobble up agricultural lands. Your city needs to say enough is enough. You're a vibrant community. You have arts. You have views of the Santa Monica Mountains. You're surrounded by some of the richest agricultural land in our nation. It's time that you not only think about the residents living in Camarillo today, but future residents, and not grant any action that would allow the development of the wonderful lands that are in question here tonight. They need to stay open space, and the sign across the freeway from the proposed development says, "Welcome to Camarillo." It's nice to come down the grade and see a green belt there. I don't want to come down that grade and see nothing but rooftops. So we urge you to rescind the general plan amendment this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next is Brian CG. Joy Hart will follow Brian, and Buddy, I believe it's Pultzman. So, Brian, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Brian Segui. I'm an attorney with Environmental Defense Center, representing our clients Camarillo Sustainable Growth. And I won't repeat many of the eloquent comments that have been made here and at the prior hearings. We support option 2, rescission of the GPA referral, and one comment I would make with respect to that, we don't think it makes sense to continue with the CEQA process if the city does that. It shouldn't be a scaled back project. It shouldn't be a few less condos or a few less homes or moving the configuration in different ways. A large-scale industrial commercial development, it is wrong for this piece of property. It needs to be revisioned. The city should step back. This process should be terminated. It should be done with, and the city and its leaders should work on finding a future long-term use for this land, preservation, farming, that preserves its agricultural heritage and does not fill in this remaining last space with yet more commercial and industrial development. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Brian. Joy Hart, Joy here. Buddy will be after that, and then I believe it's Pamela and Charles Malloy, I believe. Joy, if you could really put that thing way down there. There you go. Thank you.
I got it. Mayor Kildee, council members, and Camarillo citizens. I am and have been very much opposed to this development since it was proposed years ago. Number one and high on the list for everybody is water, the availability, the current drought, shrinking aquifers, and the cost of importing water. I question how the project proposes to provide water for 2,500 additional residential units, industrial and office and commercial acreage, and a lake. I just received a city letter with additional measures added to the city's conservation ordinance. These make sense, but how is adding more homes, streets, and concrete going to affect those of us who are already making significant changes to our landscaping and use of water in our homes? I note the city has cut fees for converting to drought-tolerant landscaping or artificial turf. When I saw what the fees were, I understand the reluctance of homeowners, including me, to have to spend so much on top of the cost of paying for new plantings and the work that has to be done to do that. Waiving these fees is a good step, but why do we need more homes to use up the water that we're saving? For well over 100 years, the state of California and various political entities have been overdrawing aquifers, building dams, creating lakes for storage, and we keep forgetting we live in a desert. Oil companies want to employ more fracking, which requires water, and they seem to be making headway. We can live without oil. We can't, as humans, live without water. Second, transportation, circulation. The 101 freeway is currently gridlocked, and on most weekends there's no viable alternative routes except for two-lane roads. And this development would add at least 41,000 vehicle trips per day. Already approved developments in Camarillo are not yet complete, so we don't really have a good way to measure this proposal and its impact in addition to these others, plus those that have been approved for Oxnard. Noise, the city's own standards for exterior noise are 55 dBA from 7 to 9, 45 from 9 to 7. In this new development, they all exceed 60, and the school area exceeds 66. So I think this is not a good idea. In addition, the base would be affected. People will complain because of noise and other things, and they could close, and that's 19,000 jobs. Many of those people probably live here, and we will have a high unemployment rate. So I suggest you vote to rescind this proposal.
Thank you, Joy. Next is Buddy Portsman, Pamela and Charles. I believe it's Malloy, followed by Don Hollingsworth. Buddy, did I pronounce your last name right?
No, you kind of butchered it. It's Pretzman.
Thank you. I sure did.
It's fine. I'm Buddy Pretzman. I'm a junior at Adolfo Camarillo High School. I wasn't really informed well on the, plan, but I got to really know it, and lived here on and off for long period of time. And about a year ago, I moved to a faraway land called New Mexico, where no one lives because there's nothing out there but desert. But there were lots of Walmarts, and occasionally I would go to Walmart and find these boxes of strawberries, which are my favorite, here from the local farmlands of Ventura County. Now, I mean, this is not a humongous, in a sense it might be huge to some people, but it's not too big. But if we start here, it can grow. And I don't want to have to go back to New Mexico and not have really good strawberries. I think here in Camarillo, we live in a gem of California. There's no, I don't think any other place in Camarillo that is like this. It's nice and small, it's quaint. If you want to go to the city, it's not that far away, it's about away. There doesn't really need to be any growth. There's no reason for it at all. So if they want to live in Southern California and live in a nice big city near the beach, go to Los Angeles, right down the street. If you want to come visit, drive right down the highway. So, thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate your comments. Pamela and Charles, followed by Don Hollingsworth, and after Don will be Merrill. Merrill's here, I believe. Okay, Pamela and Charles, again, 3 minutes if you'd appreciate it. Really put that microphone really close to you, if you would.
This is going to be short, Mayor.
Closer.
Real close, like almost. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we can hear you.
Okay, this is going to be really short, Mayor.
Thank you.
My wife filled out the wrong card. That's why we're standing up here. But I'll let her do the talking in a minute, but I just want to say now that we're up here, I've only been living in Camarillo about 8.5 years. And in 8.5 years, that 101 has become a nightmare. I mean, I see it in 8.5 short years, how congested the 101 is. And the traffic from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock is worse than, well, I won't say worse, but it's almost as bad as the 405. But seeing my wife fill the card out, I'll let her talk.
This is also very short. I think that every point that needed to be made has already been made. I agree with all of it, and I urge you all to rescind the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, Don Hollingsworth, followed by Merrill, and then Chris Loft. So is Don here tonight? There's Don. Merrill, and then Chris. Okay.
Hi. I'll try to obey the intimidator tonight and get to the meat of the subject. I could say it's a hard act to follow with all these few speakers, but it's really not an act. I don't see how you can't get the message, what they're saying. One point I'd like to make is about how I don't think enough emphasis has been put on about the effect it would have on the Navy base. The latest study says that affects 20,060 people in the area. And there are, as been mentioned before, there are going to be base closings, base reductions, and so forth. And that development would certainly have an impact on it. According to your minutes, you got input from 153 people in August 27th. They were all opposed. The way I heard it, I heard no one speak for it. I didn't even hear the developer say he was for it.
That's enough. Please, everybody, please.
What I think you should do, again, I said I'll get to the meat of it before the intimidator gets me. But what you did at the last meeting, y'all gave this mishmash, and it seemed like you could go one way or the other. I think after the meeting, and you hear from everybody tonight, you should clearly state, are you going to support it or are you going to oppose it? Period. Yes or no. So we know. If you allow the environmental study to continue, and I think most of these people are going to be suspicious because these things, you know, we say, well, we didn't have all the facts and all those things, and they get changed. And it only takes 3 of you to approve these things. So, again, there's no freeway improvements presently planned. I checked with the VCTC, Ventura County Transportation Commission, which you're represented on. They spend less than 1% of their budget on roads. they spend twice as much on what they call general government, which is employees' salaries. They're going to buy 10 buses with Wi-Fi, fancy seats and everything, and I've yet to find anybody that's seen over 5 people on one of those buses that run around the county all the time. Why not spend it on the roads?
Thank you, Don. Okay, next is Merrill. After Merrill will be Chris Loft, and then I believe Rosemary Allenson. So, Merrill, as you're here, again, you could really put that real close, Merrill. I appreciate it.
Hello, City
Thank
Council.
you.
Here we are again. We've been here for many times over many years. I know Dennis has been involved in the project for a long time, and in fact, 2007, the world was a different place, and we have now come to 2014, and the issues that were unthought of at that point in time have certainly become issues we consider now. It used to be there was plenty of money in the state fund for additional highway improvements. That's not the case anymore, and now we're beholden to developers for improvements. It used to be that we had water, and it wasn't an issue, and no one was concerned every time they turned on the tap. But now, even though it is said that it won't increase state or imported waters, in fact, the reason why is because we're going to be pumping from our own local Pleasant Valley aquifer on a well that's to be rehabilitated on the Ador farm. It used to be that there was lots of local agriculture, and luckily we still have some, but it's becoming increasingly precious, and we're very fortunate to have it surround us. But also, as we dug into those details and met with agencies and tried to understand this project completely, one of the things that was kind of hidden in the EIR was the hazards and hazardous materials section of the EIR. And what this talks about is a geo-search that was conducted, that is a database search of public sites that generate, store, create, or dispose hazardous materials for which a release or incident has occurred. This is the existing Poncho area. There are 27 releases or incidents of hazardous materials. And we're now going to increase this by another 100 acres and 1.3 million so that we're going to have 2,500 homes surrounding 3 million square feet of industrial development on a floodplain that's surrounded on 3 sides by 2 creeks draining 2 large watersheds. I urge you to rescind this. A smaller project will affect affordability. The problem is there are so many upfront fees with the 101 improvements, the $20 million bypass channel, the water, the flip-flop with Camarillo in terms.
Thank you, Merrill.
I urge you to rescind the referral.
Thank you. Chris Loft. Rosemary Allison would be next, followed by Bruce Renier. Chris, if you can really put that down so I can hear you. There you go. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, guests, and fellow citizens. It's me again. I'm Kristen Loft, and my family has lived in Camarillo for 50 years. My husband's family, he's here tonight, sitting over there, doesn't have his cowboy hat on though. His family, the Grethers, have been farmers in Camarillo for over 100 years. At the past hearings I have attended on this issue of the Conejo Creek development, I heard and read comments saying that the audience was, as it is tonight, predominantly seniors. Why is that? Some of the main reasons are that the younger voters are busy with college, work, and/or raising their kids. And as cultural tradition dictates, we, the seniors of Camarillo, the tribal elders, if you will, are looking out for the community and the future of our children and grandchildren. Do we want that future to be one with more traffic, congestion, pollution, no open space, no farmlands, no wildlife? That future sounds bad to me, and I would want to move away, probably to New Mexico or somewhere. The most recent issue of Consumer Affairs has an article about the baby boomer flight. They are leaving cities that are becoming too hostile of an environment for them, with too much noise, traffic, and pollution, and not a peaceful place for retirement. And with them goes their money, and the boomers have the lion's share of it now, according to AARP. I Googled Camarillo, and this is what it reads, quote, Camarillo is noted for its resistance to new development. Some of the most desirable land in the city limits, located on the north and south sides of the Ventura Freeway, is permanently zoned for agricultural use. The construction in these zones shows the progress made towards erosion of this permanence, unquote. My family and friends want to stop this erosion, and I am submitting a petition signed by them that is against this development. They couldn't make it tonight because of studies, work, childcare, and in the case of our youngest son, who is on his honeymoon. The City Council needs to listen to its citizens and rescind the General Plan Amendment referral so that the future farmers that were here tonight will be able to be future farmers in Camarillo. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Next is Rosemary Allison, followed by Bruce, and then going to follow by Rick Smith. So, Rosemary? Again, 3 minutes, Rosemary. If you can really put that real close to your mouth there, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council people. I'm Rosemary Allison, and I'm the chair of the Santa Rosa Valley MAC. I am here this evening, as I was 2 years ago, to reiterate our strong belief that we are urging you to ask to rescind the general plan amendment. The traffic congestion this development would cause at the bottom of the already congested and dangerous grade would spill a large number of commuters onto Santa Rosa Road, which is our residential, rural, two-lane road. Santa Rosa Road is the only viable alternative to the US 101 between Camarillo and Moore Park and the Conejo and Simi valleys. It presently serves as a primary route for many Camarillo commuters and a secondary one for those avoiding congestion on US 101. It is often bumper to bumper during peak commute hours even today. With the projected level of service F on the 101 freeway, there will be certainly a lot more than the projected 3% in additional trips per day if this plan is approved. This altered traffic circulation pattern will increase the projected 5,000 trips per day on Santa Rosa Road, which will result in traffic conditions that will severely impact the residents of Santa Rosa Valley, as well as cause potentially unsafe traffic conditions for the 450 children that we have at Santa Rosa Technology Magnet School. Santa Rosa Road was once designated as a 4-lane road in the county's general plan. The community worked hard and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for a set of synchronized signals that would reduce the congestion allowed for the road. Santa Rosa Valley MAC is asking for you, if you do not rescind this general plan amendment, to at least ask for a diversion curve study, as we feel that will show you the negative impacts that we will have. Please recognize the negative impact this project may have on the quality of life for all of your constituents in Ventura County. Please rescind this amendment to accomplish something that will make a difference in this community. In closing, I want to remind you that the true measure of an elected official is not your words, it is your deeds. Exercise the moral character of your elected position to protect the residents of your constituency as well as mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Bruce here, Bruce for now. Rick Smith, and then I believe it's Jeff Root. So is Bruce here tonight? Bruce, are you here? Okay, we'll hold him off a little bit.
His last name.
I believe it's Renier. No? Okay, Rick Smith, want to come down, and then Jeff will be after Rick. Again, Rick, 3 minutes, and really talking to that microphone, if you would. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Rick Smith, and council members, how are you? I've lived here since 1984, and I'm appalled at what's going on here in Camarillo because, when it comes to growth, it comes to water usage, it comes to pollution, it comes to air quality, it comes to traffic, you name it. The more you put into this county or this city, the more problems we're going to have, and you all know that. There's something else I want to talk about too is, from my understanding, they had found a steelhead trout in Conejo Creek, in 2013? And the female trout had eggs, which means it's been laying eggs in Conejo Creek, which means it's going to produce little baby fish, which means little baby fish are going to be rearing in Conejo Creek, which means it takes 2 to 3 years for those little babies to get the idea that they got to head back out into the ocean, which means when it comes down to redesigning Conejo Creek, I am going to request from this council members, how are we going to get each individual steelhead trout out of this creek without killing them? This is what I want to know, because it's not going to happen. You know there's going to be dead fish, and it's going to be because of this growth that you guys want to do. It's not going to happen. Another thing I want to bring up is I live on Cottage Grove Avenue. It's right there off of Ridgeview, right there off of Pleasant Valley, where the Woodside Deli is, which means now ever since you redesigned Pleasant Valley Road because of the Channel Islands University, that there is a weight limit for big rigs, 18-wheelers, big trucks, whatever you want to call them, to come into this housing tract. They're not allowed in there. So far, there's been over 350 large trucks, 18-wheelers, big rigs, whatever you want to call them, that have come into that housing tract for no reason. There are signs, and I even had the city of Camarillo street department put in extra signs saying that, or showing that there is a weight limit or a size limit. Completely ignored. I talked to the police department, completely ignored. We have had over 500 turnaround cars coming into Ridgeview because of your redesign of Pleasant Valley Road. You don't have a U-turn out there, so they can do a U-turn back and head towards the freeway. We have already had a hit and run. A hit and run means a car hits somebody who lives in that housing tract, turns around and splits and leaves that person's car there, and that person in dismay because they were hit by somebody doing a U-turn. This is wrong. We need to change our policies, and we need to stop this development. All these vehicles is going to create issues, and you know it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Next is Jeff Root, going to be followed by Robert Cole, will be followed by Paul White. So, Jeff, again, 3 minutes, Jeff, and really talk into that if you would. I appreciate it.
Good evening, City Council members, all of my neighbors here in Camarillo. In particular, I know you're going to find what I have to say, Mayor Kildee, somewhat relative. I want to talk about an issue that nobody has, in my opinion, brought up yet. One of the last developments that came here in Camarillo that Mr. Hargraves brought was Village in the Park. With Village in the Park came a school, Rancho Rosales. Seemed like a great idea to bring in this school, brand new school. Unfortunately, when Rancho Rosales was opened, it caused a chain reaction. And it forced and it led to the closure of several other schools in the Pleasant Valley School District. I've got 3 children that were in the K through 12 at that time. They were forced to begin looking for an alternative school. We lost the one school, Los Primeros, downtown Ventura, on Ventura Boulevard. It's shut down. It's now leased out to a private school. Los Senderos was closed. My kids were told, if you want to stay in school with all your friends, it's not going to happen. So we formed another school, a charter school, so that our kids could stay in school with their own with the kids that they'd grown up with. The question I have is, if we open up the Conejo Creek and it comes with another school, is that going to force the closure of additional schools within the Pleasant Valley School District? I sent an email to everybody on the City Council, and nobody had the courtesy to respond back to me. Are the school or any of the schools in the Pleasant Valley School District going to be forced to close as a result of a school opening in the Conejo School District? The first school that probably would be forced to be closed would be the one that they tried to close the last time, which would be the Camarillo Heights School. So if I was a parent and I was living in this area, I'd be very concerned that if your kids are going to that Cam Heights, or if you have any children that might be going to that Cam Heights, you may want to get on the phone and start making some phone calls and find out if your local school is possibly going to be closed as a result of a school opening in this development. Nobody's given me an answer on that. And the last time this happened, we came in front of this city council and we pleaded with you, please do not close our school. Our kids want to stay together. And I remember Mike Morgan saying to us, this is not our jurisdiction. This is the Pleasant Valley School District's jurisdiction. We don't have anything to do with it. And I think he's absolutely correct. It had nothing to do with them. The problem is, it's the decision of this city council that allowed that school to open, which caused those other schools to close. So is that what's going to happen again? If you vote and you approve a school to open and it causes other schools to close, and we come here, is this same city council going to say, hey, I'm sorry, it's not our fault. You got to go talk to the Pleasant Valley School District.
Thanks, Jeff.
When it was your decision to open the school in the first place.
Thank you very much. Robert Cole, followed by Paul White. Is Robert here tonight? There's Robert. And again, 3 minutes, Robert, and if you could really speak into that microphone, I appreciate it.
How's that?
That's great.
Council members and city staff, thank you for your service to the community. I am speaking to share my perspective on the proposed Conejo Creek development. As you may know, the Oxnard Plain is one of only a small group of agricultural areas that are graced with the Mediterranean climate. These include Perth, Australia, Santiago, Chile, Cape Town, South Africa, and of course the Mediterranean basin, along with the Oxnard Plain. That's it. There are no others. These 5 parcels of land are considered the rock stars of the cultivated world. Surely we can recognize the continuing and unique value of the Oxnard Plain without employing a growth strategy that destroys the inherent value of this unique Ventura County asset. I urge the council members to vote no on the Conejo Creek development. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Robert. Next is Paul White. Is Paul here? You go, Paul. Again, 3 minutes and really speak into that microphone,
Right.
Paul.
Thank you. I have no doubt that at this point the council fully understands and appreciates the negative impacts this development will have. I just want to convey that I have empathy for the property owners. They own property, it's theirs, they want to develop it, and they want to maximize the value of their property. That's understandable. However, these property owners either acquired, purchased, or in some cases inherited this property. It was farmland. It's always been zoned farmland as long as there's been zoning. So by rejecting this project, you're not taking anything away from the owners because you can't take something they never had. Now, I understand a city, in order to thrive, needs to grow, but it has to be smart growth. And through that growth, obviously, there's going to have to be housing for the people coming in. But in this case, we still have Village at the Park isn't finished yet. Springville isn't finished yet. You've got the area by Imation that hasn't even begun yet. Similarly, when it comes to the commercial property, you drive down Adolph or Flynn, there is a lot of vacant commercial and office space available. At some point, Camarillo may have to consider expanding the boundaries of the city and allowing for further development. But we simply aren't there yet. And I would just want to say it'd be a shame to go ahead and expand development into this beautiful area that everybody's been referring to when there's still areas of the city that are more appropriate for smart, well-planned development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Again, I'm going to ask, is Bruce come back here? Bruce, for now? Okay. These are some nonverbal. There's several there that will all be part of the record here. I don't have any more blue comments. I'm going to give anybody in the audience that wants to come up and address us. This is a really good time to do it. If anybody wants to do it. I don't know if anybody on the outside there, if you want to come on up, you're more than welcome to. We just ask you to fill out a blue card. If there's anybody out in the foyer that wants to come in and address, you want to come up, Joe, that'd be great. Oh, okay, let me get, you want to just, on deck there? And if you can just give me your name, if you would.
My name is Peter Faxon.
Thank you, Peter. And fill out a card, if you would, too.
I brought my business out here in 1981, and I moved here in 1982. I have supported all of you people politically. I remember, Mike, when I first came to this town, I met you at one point. I was very impressed with the way that you all have built this community. But I think this is the destruction of the community. This has just gone too far. I'd like to go get a haircut in the afternoon and not spend 25 minutes getting back to Camarillo Springs. You know, when I came out here, I came here for the beauty of this place. I came here for the rural. I came from San Fernando Valley, which I learned to hate. This is getting to be more like San Fernando Valley all the time. I implore you, let's get rid of this project. Thank you very much.
If you wouldn't mind filling out a blue card, I'd appreciate it. Joe, did you want to? You want to come up again? If you could really speak into the microphone, that'd be great. And just state your full name, if you would. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I really did not intend speaking tonight, but having spent 30 years in the military, I feel almost obligated to come up and give you some experiences that I have had in the past. I had duty at Sandpoint Naval Air Station in Seattle. It's closed. I had duty at LTA in Santa Ana, and it's closed. I had duty at El Toro. And the time that I was there, the one thing I heard over and over and over again, El Toro will never close, or El Toro will never close, but yet it closed. We need to look at why it closed. It closed because of council people just like you that vote to let encroachment take over the land. When BRAC reviewed it, each time they reviewed it, I wrote letters with a command officer's authority asking that they please don't close that base. It's still closed. We should think ahead a little bit and say, why did it close? Well, it's people just like you, council people that voted for that expansion. You know something that we don't have today? If you go down to Orange County, you can't get the name of any council member that voted for those projects. I don't want that to happen here. I think we ought to have some way to remember every one of you if you vote for this project. I suggest that we take Tom Staben and take that Canal Mountain and build our own Rushmore and put a figurehead of everybody that voted for this project so that every young person that comes to this city in the future will know who it was that destroyed this beautiful farmland. Thank you very much.
Could you just state your full name for the record? I appreciate it if you wouldn't mind.
My name is Joseph Pursuto.
Thank you, Joe.
I did live in Woodside Green, but I now live in Leisure Village. I know several of you quite well, and I do appreciate all that you've done for the city. But this project, I hope you do not do. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, next is going to be Pat Brown, followed by Nancy Mothie. Pat, are you here, Pat? Oh, there she is. Again, 3 minutes, Pat, and if you could really speak into the microphone, I'd appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. I hadn't planned this, but I wanted to make sure everybody knows the numbers that have been rattling around my head for a long time. In a normal year of rainfall, we have 12 inches of rain. Okay, one year like that would over an acre would give us an acre foot. We have 895 acres that wants to be changed. We are standing to lose about 895 acre feet a year. Our current pricing for an acre foot of water that we have to import because we don't have it because it's not in our aquifers is about $1,700 an acre foot. We are talking of a loss of about $1.5 million of water every year at today's prices. Prices continue to climb $200 a year per acre foot. So in 20 years, you can imagine what that is. The Callegas Municipal Water District has confirmed with Metropolitan with an occupancy per capita use of water per day. It is about 200 gallons per person per day in the county of Ventura. With an added occupancy of 2,500 homes and an estimated occupancy of 2 to 3 people at 7,500 people living there, we are now having 1.5 million gallons of water that will be used every day. Okay, I just want people to recognize that the amount of money that we're planning to not get because we don't have a sponge to absorb the water. And we need that sponge. We're planning to put in a desalter. We are now at its 5th level stage of trying to get water for our community because we no longer have a freshwater aquifer or even artesian wells. If we want to support this desalter in Camarillo for the future, we need to not convert our watershed from a sponge to a hard eggshell that water will run away. That is my point. Look at the numbers and think ahead. Otherwise, you know what? In Northridge earthquake, as a nurse, in the Northridge Hospital, there was no water. Nothing. You couldn't do it. Do you know how hard it is to clean everybody's bums that way? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Pat. Nancy Mothie's here. Nancy here, okay.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here again, wasting my Wednesday night trying to speak with the City Council regarding the Conejo Creek development. First of all, I want you to rescind it. The Conejo Creek runs right into the Point Mugu estuary, which has not been discussed at all tonight. You've got lawn fertilizer, you've got all types of pesticides that will be going into that estuary that has not even been discussed. There's also an issue of unclaimed water that they plan on using, man-made lake, unclaimed water. You know how dirty that can get and how smelly that'll be? Has anybody gone by the unclaimed water department and smelled the water? My husband's a chemist, and he is well aware of unclaimed water on kids' lawns, and kids eating those lawns, they're going to get sick. My other issue is tonight is water. We're in a 3-year drought. Does anybody realize that tonight? You're all drinking bottled water. Is anybody concerned about that? I see not, but I do see a sign going up the Conejo grade into Thousand Oaks. And what does it say? BeWaterWise.com. Let's all be water-wise tonight, and let's not let this development go in. It is not something we want in Camarillo, and as you can see from the people here tonight, again, we've packed the parking lots. We are talking to you to plead. This is an election year, and I will surely watch every one of you during this election to see how you're going to vote and put that sign on my lawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. I don't have any more blue cards. Oh, I do too. Hang on here. Okay, Terry Bray, Lori, I believe it's Welty, and Claire, I believe it's Burroughs. So I'm going to call Terry up first. Again, Terry, 3 minutes if you could. Appreciate it.
Terry Bray, going on 31 years in Camarillo. I am a LA transplant. Basically, I'm going to shoot from the hip here, and one of the reasons I moved to Camarillo is for the agricultural community. And the benefits not only that have been addressed tonight about clean air, the aesthetics of it. Of course, it's beautiful to be greeted by green and such. But I think that when it comes to creative problem solving, that Camarillo has a huge resource of intelligent and creative people. And on a way of looking at it of recycling, you know, we've mentioned about businesses that remain vacant. We need to fill those. We need to use what's been built already. In regards to our resource, which is agricultural, Oxnard Plain property, the tonnage of food that's produced per acre is horrendous. I believe it's about 44 tons is the potential of food production per year per acre. And that was a quote or a statistic of a few years ago, so that may have increased. I understand and respect the fact that the people who own the property are wanting to do something else with it for whatever reason. I personally want to see it remain as agricultural land, using it maybe for what was mentioned earlier, educational purposes, making Camarillo a real jewel in the realm of agricultural, since it's world-renowned, world-respected agricultural ground. Once you seal it with cement, it's never going to come back. So if you build and it doesn't come, or the people don't come and they don't fill it, and you have a bunch of vacant units, you've killed that land. It's done. You can't pull up the concrete and make it as viable as it was once before. Education on a world-renowned basis for agricultural for third world countries. Along those lines, something using that property as it is to bring people to Camarillo, to fill the restaurants, fill the hotels, utilize what we have, and at the same time, get a promotion out there to start filling the vacancies that you have for the commercial use. And if we end up being a no-growth community, the value of homes goes up. So that's something to think about. We really are not obligated to help everyone move here if they want to move here. We do have limited space. So I think we need to get more focused on creative problem solving than continuing the concrete spread as the fix-all. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Lori Welty and Clara Burroughs, and then it'll be David Pennock. So, Lori, again, if you could speak into that microphone in 3 minutes, it'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight either, but my parents moved me to Camarillo in 1969, and I wasn't quite yet a teenager, and I remember the day that we drove into Camarillo. I remember coming through Thousand Oaks and looking over and seeing camels because we still had jungle land then. I still remember cresting the Conejo grade and looking down to where we were going to make our home. And I was basically a child, not quite a teenager. And I remember how I felt, and my heart just filled with joy because it was such an amazing looking place. I started 7th grade, walked through lemon orchards to get to school, became a proud graduate of Camarillo High School. I remained and raised a daughter who also graduated from Camarillo High School, although she didn't get a chance to walk through any orchards because by then they were gone. I was here a total of 31 years, and even though my daughter chose to remain in 2000, I just couldn't take the growth anymore, and I left the area. I found myself back here a year ago because I now have 2 grandchildren who are here. And I really still think, I felt like I was coming home. Camarillo is still an amazing place, even though it wasn't what I found when I moved here. I really hope that my grandchildren can grow up and see Camarillo for the gem it is and not have to go pick their pumpkins out at a parking lot that gets with straw, so they get the feeling of being out in a field somewhere. So I urge you to please rescind this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Claire? Claire Burrows? I think she just filled out the card. Claire's not here. We'll hold that for a little. How about David? Is David here? David Pennock here? Yeah, no.
Here comes somebody.
Oh, here comes. You're David? Is that right? Okay. Again, speak into the microphone if you would, David, in 3 minutes if you would. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Well, I too had not planned on speaking tonight, but I was thinking back to 20 years ago when I moved here from Missouri. I actually ended up moving to Newberry Park. Had a couple of job offers. One was in San Gabriel. One was in Newberry Park. I really wanted to live closer to the Inland Empire area because of people that I knew over there. So I was leaning towards San Gabriel. As far as the quality of place to live, of course, the Ventura County is much nicer. One of the things that the potential employer out here in Newberry Park did, because, you drive around Thousand Oaks or Newberry Park, it just looks like urban sprawl just like anywhere else. Tell me one place in the Conejo Valley where there is cropland. I don't know of any. I've lived here 20 years. So they said, well, let's go for a drive. So where did we drive to? Down the grade. Look at this. Isn't it beautiful? Now, we know you come from Missouri. You're used to open space, a lot of farmland. And look at all the crops down here. And now, originally, I'm a native of Iowa. My dad is a retired farmer. And rich farmland, both places. But around Thanksgiving time in Iowa, this white stuff starts to fall from the sky. It's a 4-letter word. It's spelled S-N-O-W. Out here in Camarillo, and I walk by the farm fields all the time. I live in Woodside Greens. I walk along the golf course and the fields out there, and it's one crop after another. Lima beans, celery, lettuce, peppers, strawberries, year-round farming. To undo or to pave over almost 1,000 acres of rich, productive farmland, and I know the value of farmland, to me would be sinful, the wrong thing to do. And I urge you to please rescind the motion to amend the general plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Okay, is Claire here? Claire back yet? Claire Burrows. Mr. Patel? How do you pronounce that? If you could put that, and how do you pronounce your first name?
Emrit.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm special.
Okay, thank you.
One of the hearing I came, I spoke, and I said, this is my Shangri-La. Many of the people understand when you come across from the LA side. First of all, forgive me for my accent, and if you have any misunderstanding. So the moment you get to the Conejo grade and you see a vast farmland, and I say it's a Shangri-La. And I always say, people, why do you want to go to Greece, Spain, and Mediterranean? And this is right here. This is the best, one of the best places in the world to live. And my last name is Patel. Patel means farmer, and I know what it means a farmland is. This is one of the best farmland in the world. The soil is such a rich soil. It's a flat for miles. And once you build the jungle of concrete, it never goes back. And another thing about development is, the right development is the one. When the pressure to develop, the development is responding to the pressure to the development, not just for the sake of development. Once you open up a development without the pressure, then you are taking lots of precious assets and lands and another. My main objection is the location of this development is right in the vicinity of the Conejo Grade. There is no escape. In case of disaster, it's just nightmare. Right now itself, 101 is packed. To be frank, I had a good job offer at Santa Barbara, another 20,000 raise. But I denied. I say, I cannot put up with that traffic, and I'll go crazy, and I'll lose my mental. It's just impossible to commute to Santa Barbara. And if you put another this kind of huge development, and just for that, I said, no, I cannot take this job. And so, first of all, the location is really bad to develop. It should be kept as, and you are the well-wisher of Camarians, elected by Camarians. So I hope you will take the right decision and rescind this development. Thanks.
Thank you, Emerge. Appreciate your comments. Okay, I don't have any more blue cards. Jeffrey, are there any more blue cards? Does anybody want to come on up with the yellow? That's a nonverbal. Do you want to?
Hello, my name is Clark Burrows. I don't know if I heard you call my name out, but I'm.
Can you put it down, your microphone way low and talk into it? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
You want me to talk closer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Clark Burrows, and I don't know if you called me yet. I couldn't hear you from out in the other room, but I'm going to just read my yellow card that I wrote out. And these are my feelings. I've been Californian all my life. I was born in Los Angeles County. I'm third generation Californian, and I have 4 generations past me. That will make 7. I have children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren who love and want to continue living in this beautiful California farmland. My question is, why would the city allow this dangerous proposition to locate families in the existing floodplain in the watershed of 2 converging watercourses? The land itself in question is now and will continue to be productive farmland for many generations safely. The long-term food production will easily offset any near-term monetary gain. The eventual flood events that created this rich farmland will put lives in jeopardy if it is filled with families, homes, businesses, parents, and children. No amount of monetary reimbursement will bring back lives or reverse injuries. There are many, many other options for controlled growth without building the equivalent of another town within the city limits. Please rescind this proposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, anybody else like to come up and make any comments tonight? Nobody? Nobody?
Kevin, quick call.
All right. With that, I will ask the applicant. Would the applicant like to come back up? Paragraph? Up to 10 minutes, if you would, Dennis. Thank you.
Be much less than that.
Thank you.
Again, Dennis Ardgrave, representing the property owners. I'm the land planner for Conejo Creek. We've heard the comments again tonight, and in closing, we'd just like to say that in response to Section 6 of the staff report, the applicant does want to continue with the environmental review and completion of the environmental impact report, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions from Mr. Hargrave at this point? Thank you, Dennis. Okay, so with that, we'll close the public hearing. And this particular point, any questions that staff have to add anything or anything like that before we start our deliberations?
I'm going to just so that the audience understands this EIR process. These people have paid for a process with their own money, and I assume they have the right to go ahead and have it finished up and brought to conclusion. Maybe the city attorney would like to answer that.
Yes, I would. You are right, Councilmember Little, that they have paid a lot of money for the environmental review. I should probably explain it this way, that an environmental review is basically on one track, and a project approval is a separate track, if you will, to try to draw an analogy. An environmental impact report is an information document. It's a study of the environmental impacts that the project will have. And that is what the purpose of an environmental review is. Now, we are at a position now where there are comments being made, and they can be made up until September 20th on the recirculated draft EIR. And then Rincon Consultants, who has prepared the EIR, will prepare responses to those comments. It will be put into the final EIR, and then the final EIR, under ordinary circumstances, as we would expect here, would be presented to the Planning Commission for their recommendation, and then eventually to the City Council for what is called certification. But there are two very important points that I want to make here. Number one is that certification of the EIR is not a project approval. The certification of an EIR is merely a confirmation that the EIR has done what it was supposed to do, which is to study the environmental impacts of the project. Nothing more. It does not approve the project. It merely says that under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, that the impacts of the project have been studied. So that's all it is. It's a study. It's not a project approval. Now, the second point I want to make is that a rescission of the general plan amendment, which is one of the options available to the council tonight, another option is not to rescind. But if the council should choose the option to rescind the general plan amendment, that what that means is, under what is called the consistency doctrine, that the project could not be approved. And let me take just a second to explain what the consistency doctrine means. Under the general plan that the city has, any project must be consistent with the general plan. This general plan amendment would have amended the general plan to allow for some project out there different than the agriculture that's already there. But if the general plan amendment referral is stopped, then there cannot be a project approval because the project could not be consistent with the general plan. Now, I know for those of you in the audience, some of these concepts might be a little bit difficult to understand because we deal with them all the time. And so I've tried in my comments to make clear to you two things. One, the EIR process should continue. It's been paid for by the applicant, but it is just a study. It's not a project approval. And number two, that the rescission of the general plan, if that is the decision of the council, would, under the consistency doctrine, mean that no project could be approved at this site, as I've explained. So I don't know if there's questions that the council has of me about what I've just explained, but those are the rules that apply under the law.
Any questions?
Your Honor, may I ask that you explain a little bit more on the process and how we follow state law in handling it, and how any owner of property can come before the council, ask for the referral. We heard some talk about process, and I'd like you just to explain that it is indeed state law that we are following as we go through this sometimes long process.
And why it took this long to get here.
Yeah, I'd be glad to do that. First of all, after the hearing tonight, if any of you have questions about comments that were made by Mr. Norman in his presentation of the staff report, or questions about what I've just explained, we do have an agenda report. It's on the city's website. It covers all of these points in some detail in terms of the process, the EIR process, the project process. So the reason it took time, and this was explained by Mr. Norman, and could I ask Mr. Norman to put up the slide that gives the timeline? Because I did hear some comments from the public about, that it took some number of years to get where we are, and there's a reason for that, and that is because, as Councilmember McDonald has pointed out, we do have a process. While he's queuing up the slide, let me tell you what I'm going to do once that slide comes up. We're going to briefly this time kind of cover some of the high points of when this project started in terms of the general plan amendment referral, what the various steps were over the years, and then how it came to the council this evening. All right, so on December 21, 2006, the project applicants submitted what's called a general plan amendment referral application. And as I mentioned the agenda report to you a few minutes ago, there's two attachments to that agenda report. One is the general plan amendment application that was submitted at that time, and the other is the city's policy 7.01 that deals with general plan amendment referrals. Okay, let's go to the next date. So that came to the council on January 24th of 2007, and it was at that point the council agreed to allow the staff to study the general plan amendment that was applied for. It authorized a study and a review. But I should mention to you that under the policy, that 7.01 that I mentioned just a moment ago, and this is on page 16 of the agenda report, if you would look it up when you check the city's website, what it says is that the city, excuse me, I meant to refer to page 15, when it talks about the amendments and it talks about the criteria, it says that the fulfillment of the criteria does not assure or even imply the ultimate approval or disapproval of a general plan amendment. So all that happened at that time was an authorization to study. Okay, let's have the next date. So it takes time to do an environmental impact report. Again, if you want to see that report, it is a very thick document. It's very time consuming. And so that process started in November of 2009. Rincon consultants, very experienced consultants, prepared it. Okay, the next date. Then July 20th of 2012, I thought I'd heard some comment from someone about, well, this project started and then there wasn't an opportunity for input. There's been a lot of opportunity for input. There was opportunity for input in November of 2009 when the project was scoped. There was an opportunity for input in July 20th when the draft EIR was out for 60-day referral. Next slide. Then on September 18th, and December 4th, and many of you may have been there, I don't know, at the Planning Commission there were hearings on that draft EIR, and everyone, those were noticed. There was an opportunity for everyone in the community to come and express their views on it. As a matter of fact, there were many comments received at that time, and there was new information presented, and then there was what was called a recirculation of the EIR to get yet additional information, so there was further study of this project. Then on July 22nd of 2014, the city issued what's called the Notice of Availability. The acronym there, RDEIR, that's the Recirculated Draft EIR. So that was made available to the public July 22nd for a 60-day comment period, which ends September 20th of 2014. And as a matter of fact, the City Council took the extra step for public participation in this process by having that public hearing on August 27th, which was a joint meeting of the City Council and the Planning Commission. And not only that, but we gave substantial notice of that public hearing way above what the law required to make sure everybody in the community was aware of it. So we did substantial outreach on this. So then on August 27th, we had a hearing. I'm seeing a lot of faces here that were here then. For those of you who are new to us, welcome. So at that hearing, there were many comments that were heard by the council. Rincon Consultants was here that night making notes of all the comments, and their job now, as I explained a few minutes ago, is to prepare a response to those comments, and those responses will then be put into the final EIR, which will then come before the council. The council gave direction to staff at the conclusion of that August 27th meeting, requesting that an agenda item be set for the meeting tonight for a review of the general plan amendment referral. That was the one that was done back in January of 2007, and a consideration of the city's options. The agenda report, which I've now mentioned a couple of times in my comments, goes through the history of the general plan amendment referral, and it describes the options that are available to the city. And it also describes what I did a few minutes ago, how the EIR process is a study. It's not a project approval, but the applicant has paid for it, and they are entitled to allow that process to be completed. But that doesn't mean they are entitled under the law to have their project approved. Our policy doesn't require that. The law does not require that. So the action for the council tonight is to consider the options that are described in the agenda report. And in response, finally, I'm a lawyer, so I talk a lot. The reason why this process took some time is because it was a lot of public outreach, a lot of opportunity. Remember, I mentioned the 2012 date. It was looked at twice by the Planning Commission. So there's been plenty of opportunity for the public to participate. And as a result of the study, it took the time it did, but there's been substantial opportunities, even more so than might be typical with a project, in order to get public input so that the council could make an informed decision.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from anybody? Any other comments from any staff members besides that? Okay, with that, I'll open it up for council discussion. Anybody like to jump in? Mr. Morgan?
Might as well jump in right now. And you'll have to bear with me because you've told me your history. And I'm going to tell you a little history about myself and why I ran for city council in 1980. I ran for city council because there were 3,600 new units being built a year for the past several years in this town. There were for sale signs all over this town, because I was here when they were waving fields of grain out there by Camarillo High School. That, and someone mentioned Woodside Greens, he moved there. Well, when they moved that project out there by itself into the farmland, that was the last straw. And at that time, I mean, now you're not saying that, but that time you'd have been saying it, because there's plenty of land below the freeway, or above the freeway, that could have been built. Well, $3,600 a year makes this 25 look like a piker when you've done it for 3-4 years, same amount of building. Well, I joined it. I joined the city council. I won an election, and at that time the council would not take it below the 3,600. You know, by AQMP totals, air quality management totals. I asked them, can we reduce it to 600 a year? Wouldn't do it. So I took it to the people. We did an initiative. That was called the Growth Control Initiative. Well, it went down to 400 a year. By our attorney, that's very good at this, he said that can't go lower than that, or we wouldn't be taking our fair share of the growth, and state could say something to us, and we may lose our initiative. And of course, we got sued, but we won. Now, for the past, since 1982, we have been living with less than 400 units a year have been constructed in Camarillo. If you look at other cities like Thousand Oaks, same size as we were, same time, incorporated at the same time, they were 25,000. We were about 33. Guess what they are now? 130, and we're 66. So guess who's the one that's been really stable, trying to maintain our growth so it didn't get out of hand? And after that, we had to figure out how to save the farmland around us. And I think Merrill Bergio knows all about that too. I was co-chairman of the SOAR initiative, which says no building in the farmland around Camarillo. I heard someone here say someday they're going to get into the farmland around and outside the city. To do that, you have to have a vote of the people of our city. Do you think we're going to do a whole lot of growth outside in the farmland around our city? I see this tonight, and I doubt it. So that SOAR initiative has also helped protect us. In the past, I think it's the past several years, I don't know how many years, we've faced at least 3 projects before us. All have failed because of environmental reasonings. So I think in someone saying, you guys are too old, you can't do this, that, and the other, well, we've maintained this kind of stand and looked and see what benefits our city, what environmental problems there are, and so on. It gets in, you got to catch this for a second, take a breath. There's a lot of our environmental issues here, you heard the last time you were here, that I don't think can be mitigated. You have farmland that's a loss of farmland. You have traffic, 41,000 new trips a day, back and forth trips that will definitely impact not just the freeway, but people will take other routes. Someone here from Santa Rosa Valley spoke. It's already, they're already taking that route. And 118, if anyone's ever run 118, that's another route you try to take. And it's all getting jammed because people are trying to avoid the freeway that is really packed right now. And if you look at that freeway, you'll think of Los Angeles coming down the Sepulveda Great Basin through the Sepulveda area, and you'll see how packed. Same thing. But we're out here. We're not in the middle of the city, and we don't intend to be. This council voted for 3-story only buildings, so we didn't get that what you call density, and it's worked because it saved our city from becoming a big city. We have certain limits in our city to grow to, and we're getting close to our limit. We had set our people, not us, the people who set this general plan up, has 75,000 future growth rate total for the city. We're getting close to the end of our growth. Then we've got to see what's going to happen with the state and what they're going to do to us. Because they do have some rules, and by taking your own share of the growth, population growth and all that. But Beverly Hills doesn't have to do it because they're grown out, so maybe we are too. I won't go into all those issues such as traffic and water. Water. Now, we're such old-timers, we don't know what we're doing. We've been here too long. I've heard that. Well, you know we've been working earlier. Those who were here earlier, raise your hands and saw the water thing, presentation. Anyone? No. We had a whole presentation so people could get what we've been doing for several years on desalination plant that we're trying to build. That desalination plant isn't for more growth. It's for us here now. Because our water is going up, 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 coming from Delta. If they do that tunnel, it's going to be more, billions more. Everybody will have to share that cost. The desalination plant, we have billions of gallons, not millions, billions of gallons of brine water below us. If you'd seen it earlier, Tom made a great presentation on how throughout our, at least eastern side of our city, you've got this big plume that keeps coming down from Santa Susana, filling it up. And we've got billions of gallons of brine water that can be used to turn into better. We did I'm sorry it takes so long, guys, but I'm just trying to catch up with a few things. But we did a pilot plant in 2009, and you may have seen it over the hospital. That water produced, we did it with a grant. That water produced better water than we could ever have in the past here. It's almost, Charlotte doesn't like Dasani, but I do. And Dasani water, that's what it tastes like. It was very good. You won't have to have a water softener. We should be completing that in 2017. So the council's, that and also the using our tertiary treated water out of the plant, which we had to sacrifice years ago and expend some money to get tertiary treated water. We're going to put it into the farmland. We're building the line right now, and the farmers can't wait. It's half cost. That's to save that farmland too, to help them. The other, it's going to go into the village at the park. Village at the park, we gray lined them a long time ago, so they can use it in the landscaping and they can use it on the soccer fields. As was mentioned, the Park and Rec District is going to save $100,000 because of the water they're going to get from us. So it's all a plus, and this is not old thinking. I think we're still strong enough to do a little thinking about issues and things of that nature that face us today. I've seen enough with all these hearings, and I've seen so many of them. I've seen enough that convinced me that this project should not go forward. Further, I feel that there are sufficient evidence following the August 27th EIR hearing that many of these things cannot be mitigated. The issues right now, not new issues they have to deal with, but the ones right now cannot be mitigated, or mitigated sufficiently. I can't tell the developer not to go on with his EIR studies, but I can discourage the project proponents to discontinue the EIR. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anybody else like to go? Bill,
yeah, I'm sorry. The guy that came to the party late, I wasn't here in 2007, and frankly, didn't pay much attention to what was. I knew the project was out there, but didn't really pay much attention to it. until I decided to run for city council in 2012. And I obviously got into reviewing the EIR, that one was talked about, the two hearings that were held in 2012 that took the comments. The Plan Commission had 2 hearings there. And I got into it and started reading it. And frankly, I was surprised by the size, the densities, the number of acres involved, and the proposed amount of new construction, both industrial and residential. And so I had, from that point, I had very serious doubts as to whether this project was something that Camarillo should entertain. But you have to let the process go on. That's what the whole process is in fact a process, and one that allows public input at points in time, and it allows the city council to look at it and make decisions at certain points in time. I have come to the conclusion that the environmental impacts of this project are really, you might be able to mitigate some of them, but in the long run, they're, for the most part, very unmitigatable. The traffic levels at 42,000 cars a day on 101 is an incredible impact. Will have an incredible impact. And to say that, well, we'll build another northbound lane, that only moves the traffic from one point on the freeway to another point on the freeway. And let me just say, as an editorial, I think one thing that this whole process has given me insight on is that as a community, and I mean, when I talk about community, I'm talking about the Ventura County community, we are going to have to do something about the 101 freeway at some point in time, whether it's 1 year from now, 10 years from now, or 20 years from now, because traffic is not going to start reducing itself. So that's one thing that this study has shown, that we got to start thinking about that. I think I've pretty well covered everything. You know, there was. I just don't think this project is something that I could support. But it's interesting because someone said, well, this has been a huge turnout of people, and he's right. But there was one other large turnout of people from the time I moved here in late 1988, and it involved the same property. It's called the Samus property. It was then called the Samus property. Some of you may remember that. I see some heads shaking here. And it was basically the same sort of thing. Only in that case, it was where the developer wanted to put in a housing development with a factory outlet. Factory outlet ended up in town, and I think it did a terrific job for us. The housing, of course, did not. And so maybe, and the arguments were basically the same. You know, this is a green space. It's a signal for people coming down the grade that this is something. This place is different. It's we respect and love agriculture, and we should preserve it. So I think we might want to talk to my councilman here, fellow council persons, that we may want to start thinking about acquiring that property in some way and making it public and doing something like that. So anyway, those are my thoughts, and when the time comes, I will vote to terminate the process.
Anything else, Louise?
I can go.
Would you like to go, Sean?
Okay. Yeah, to remind everybody, this is a general plan referral we're talking about, and it's a discretionary action. It was something we could or couldn't refer at the beginning, and it's something we may or may not rescind at the end. Well, I guess if we didn't rescind it, it wouldn't be the end, would it? But we have a discretion on this. There are a lot of things we do and a lot of things we consider. We don't have that discretion, but this is a discretionary action. And this was referred on January 24th, 2007, which is more than 7.5 years ago, as many people have said, which is a very long time. I don't really remember another project or another EIR or another anything else that's taken this long. May have happened, I just don't remember it. During that 7.5 years, it really has created a lot of turmoil in the community. We've had people who've come and told us for various reasons we shouldn't do this or should do that on other projects. But I've never seen such united opposition. And I don't mean just one group. I mean, if you went out to Kmart or Vaughn's or Ralph's or any place in town, that end or this end or right in the middle, I don't think you'd find a handful of people who support this project or want anything like it in Camarillo. I want to talk a little bit about the EIR because I might have a little bit different perspective on it, and I want you to think about this because a lot of you wanted us to terminate the EIR, although that is not on the agenda tonight. Tonight, if you look at your agendas, it's the project we're talking about. But the purpose of an environmental impact report is to provide information. Some of you have asked us to not let that process continue, and yet almost all of you used a good portion of the information in that EIR to support the ideas that you have put forth telling us to please stop the project. So I think the EIR, even though it's not complete yet, the draft and the part that was recirculated, it seems to me that that EIR has served its purpose in providing all of you information that supported your feelings that this project should be terminated. So I don't have any problem with them continuing it if they want to continue it. Another discussion a few years ago we had, I think we were talking about airport noise, but it might have been a different topic. A man came to us and said, if heaven had a zip code, it would be Camarillo's. And I think that after 7 years, or probably after 5 years of people telling us that they do not want this project to go through, excuse me, it's obvious to me that almost everybody who lives in Camarillo believes that if this project went through, that feeling would no longer continue. This is a massive project. The people are the city. The people have spoken, and I think it's time to pull the plug and rescind this project. It's too big. It's too much. Too much traffic. The impacts, according that I read in what was circulated, just can't be mitigated. And if it can't be mitigated, then I think that there's no way we could ever adopt something that says there's no overriding consideration. So I just don't see how at this time, well, this is the time, so I don't, that was last week, right? We had to say at this time. I don't see how I can support continuing the project.
Anything, Jim?
Certainly. One thing about going, well, I guess the mayor gets to go last, but as you work your way down the dais, a lot of you have said the comments that I was going to make, and I hear from the audience as well. But just to summarize a few things, that I think that after 7.5 years, and particularly with the release of the recirculated draft EIR in July, it became perfectly clear to me that the Conejo Creek project has numerous significant and unavoidable environmental impacts for which suitable mitigations measures do not exist. And I think after 7.5 years of trying to gain public support to prove public benefit, which would be what you would need in order to find that statement of overriding considerations when you have issues that you can't mitigate, I would agree that it's kind of time to pull the plug on this one. This is an issue that has not divided this community, as often happens when we have issues that come before us. We have one side that wants it, one that doesn't, can't make anyone happy. But this is an issue that really has brought this community together to speak out and to come and talk to us. And it's certainly your right to come down here. In fact, I think it's your obligation to be a part of the conversation. And I truly appreciate you all coming down. To me, it's not a waste. Hopefully you don't think of it as a waste of your Wednesday night. It really is being part of the process. And it's that helps us as we make those decisions. You elect 5 people to represent you, but that shouldn't be the end. You really should be a part of the process, and I think it's become very evident what that can do when you all do help us make those decisions. So I believe there's just too many things that we just couldn't handle. I don't think this project is Camarillo. I would hate to see it happen. We've already changed a lot, and I know I say this a lot. I still think Springville's too dense of a project. The reason I didn't vote for that one, I didn't think that was Camarillo, so can you imagine what I think of this one? So I would support rescinding the general plan amendment referral and direct staff to stop processing the general plan amendment. Just a couple of notes. I do stand by the decision to look at this project as a whole, because to me, it would be too easy if you did it piecemeal to have those environmental impacts not look quite as large. You know, they might appear smaller if you looked at it in little pieces. But by looking at the whole, you see the big picture. If you had allowed someone to chip away at this big parcel of land, it could eventually disappear. But by stepping back and looking at the whole, I think it's allowed all of us to really see what the impacts could be on our community. And as another note regarding the 101 freeway, I will report that both VCTC, the Transportation Commission, and Caltrans are currently in the process of studying exactly what to do. First, they've got to determine exactly where all this traffic is coming from, because it isn't all coming out of Camarillo, and studying how to solve it, because we really do have an issue. We need to be able to move traffic through our town. It's the bad thing about having a freeway that cuts through your community. You do have to deal with traffic that's not your own. But those studies are underway, and we'll be hearing more about it as it works its way through the process. It's obvious, like anything, it's an expensive thing to try to solve, and there are probably many options that we'll all have to talk about as we decide how to solve that. So bottom line of my comments is that I would support option 2, which would be to rescind the general plan amendment referral.
All right. It's my turn. I think it's kind of interesting. I read an article by Darren Kettle Sunday, and he stated that Ventura has a love affair for agriculture and the car. And I think he kind of said it right. As many of you know, I have an agriculture background. I have my grandpa owned a ranch in Somas. My cousins still own the ranch. In the 50s, they were growing walnuts there. Then he went into row crops, and now it's in citrus. And I spent my summer working there, and I have to tell you, it was the toughest job I ever had in my life. I think it's all important for us to realize these are working pieces of land. I get calls about tractors. I get calls about dust. I get calls about what are they doing with those ugly hoops. I get calls with pesticide use, and I get calls with the type of people that work on the ranch. I get it all. And we've all supported agriculture. I support agriculture. I think it's great. However, there's a lot of families that I grew up with that their sons and daughters are not in agriculture anymore. It was great tonight to see the future farmers and to have them hopefully make their living in agriculture here, because I think that's very important. Maybe we should have some citizen committee and citizen input on what potentially could be with this pieces of land. including keeping in agriculture. We can certainly do that too. But they have their own challenges here. It's very challenging here to being in agriculture, and it's important to remember this. And I have made comments that this is the last big parcel in our city. There's a reason why this is the last one, because it's always the toughest one. You know, we've had people up here on the dais said it goes back 25 years ago now that there's been, you know, a potential effect here. Again, if you're really interested in agriculture, how about our green belts? Man, we got, you know, our neighbors to the west of us that don't think about development like we do. And we need to continue to, you know, protect our green belts. I mean, I go down the Conejo Grade too, and it's wonderful. But I got to tell you, it's also wonderful not to see leapfrog development. That's what makes Ventura County unique here, that we don't have leapfrog development. We do have cities that are surrounded by agriculture. It's extremely unique. Now, that didn't just happen. And ladies and gentlemen, there's pressures always to develop in the green belts too, and we deal with that on a daily basis as well. So we came together. We didn't actively solicit this, but we can't preclude any of you in here pitching a project to us. We can't preclude that. However, this one obviously is a lot bigger than any of us ever thought it would. There's traffic issues, there's, you know, water issues, there's Point Mugu and, you know, Port Hueneme issues here with that. There's a lot of issues. And I think what was said earlier, is it timely and can these issues be mitigated? Well, the EIR is not completed yet, but it certainly convinced me that no, there's a lot of issues that can't be dealt with here. If we were to purchase this property, it would be tens of millions of dollars for us to do that. That's a lot of money. So, you know, my feeling is we go with option 2, but, you know, say hi to the farmer. You know, say hi to the guy that's in agriculture, because he's really trying to make a living in a tough environment here. And they're really the salt of the earth people. I'm telling you, I've known many, many, many of them. They've been some of our best customers through the years. They've been some of our most solid citizens. They're very supportive here, and they want to stay in agriculture, but let's help them do that. So with that, I can support option 2 as well.
Your Honor.
Can I make one more comment real quick?
Sure.
And I don't know if I should say that, but I'm going to. You know, as we deal with this big project here in Camarillo, and you were talking about green belts, I would hope our community would come together and help us as we deal with our neighbors who are trying to encroach towards us, because there are some very large projects out there coming from other cities that will impact us just as greatly. So I'm hoping that we as a community come together and look at those projects as well.
Mrs. Craven, or did you?
I would move to rescind the general plan amendment referral for Conejo Creek and direct staff to stop processing the general plan amendment.
Second.
There's a motion.
With a comment.
Mr. Morgan has a comment.
I just want to last one, because someone talked about the base. Both Charlotte and I have been back to Washington, D.C. on several occasions to represent you folks, represent everyone, RDP, to fight for our base. We've been back there in the middle of the winter. It's not always been fun, but you had to go back there and do the fight when the bracks came on and stuff like that. It's not a vacation. You're there going from one place to the other to convince people not to, you know, not to let our base go. So I just want to answer someone that's about the BRAC program, what we've done to try to help that fact about saving that base.
Okay. Any further comments? Please vote. That passes unanimously. With that, we will take a 10-minute break. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to please reconvene the council meeting, and we're going to go back to, I believe, city manager. It was an energy leadership partnership program. Action with the climate registry program. Bruce, do you have a
yes?
Report on this?
Actually, I'm going to defer to Mr. Pernick Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. The City Council approved the city's participation in the Energy Leadership Program in June of 2010. The goal of the Energy Leadership Program was a joint effort between VCREA, or the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance at the time, Edison, and the Southern California Gas Company, with the purpose of meeting energy reduction, demand response, and sustainability goals set forth in the county. The Edison portion of the Energy Leadership Partner Program provides the city the opportunity to participate in a tiered incentive structure through the achievement of 4 levels of participation: valued, silver, gold, and platinum. To date, the city has achieved silver level partner status and currently receives the associated incentives and benefits, including a 6-cent per kilowatt savings incentive for energy efficient projects completed in the city. At this time, with the exception of submitting the draft EAP that's attached to the staff report, or the Energy Action Plan, the city has achieved all of the threshold criteria needed to achieve gold level partner status, which would increase our benefits and incentives moving forward on future city projects. As outlined in the partnership, development of the Energy Action Plan is one criteria that is required to achieve the levels. A silver partner status requires that the Energy Action Plan be initiated. Achieving gold level requires that the EAP be completed, and achieving platinum requires that the EAP be implemented. At this time, what we're asking is to submit the completed EAP to Edison. It does not commit us to implementing it yet. It's just showing that we have a plan to move forward with further energy efficient projects in the city. Staff is requesting authorization to submit the draft EAP to Edison for review and completion. It's expected that Edison will approve the EAP and the city will then achieve gold level partner status. There's only one other city in the county that has achieved that, the county itself, and of the 11 other cities, there are only one. We would be the second to be at the gold level. Along with the EAP submittal, we're also asking that you authorize staff to participate in what's being referred to as the Cool Planet Project, or the Climate Registry Program. It's a program that Edison is in partnership with the national nonprofit organization. It actually started in California, but the goal is to begin or to collect greenhouse gas data. There is no clearinghouse for the collection of such data, and so the Climate Registry Program, originally funded by the PUC and growing across the nation, is an effort to gather that, at least a data gathering effort. With our gold level partner status and in partnership with Edison, we are able to join the Climate Registry for nothing. Basically, we get incentives and we don't have to participate. We do get some benefits in that we can start to collect the data and receive some training and public awareness materials and recognition. That our commitment at this point does not require us to anything beyond 2 years. If we decide at the time that we don't want to participate anymore, we don't have to. It's discretionary. And so at this time, staff is recommending that the City Council authorize us to submit the draft Energy Action Plan to Edison with the goal of achieving gold level status in the partnership program, and to also allow staff to participate in the Climate Registry Program.
Questions of Mr. Peronick at this point?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I had a question. Dan, did you mention, I might have missed it, and I apologize, did you mention the benefit with gold level partner status that we'd actually get a reduction in our utility bill of 5%?
9 cents. It increases from the 6 cents per kilowatt hour we have now to 9 cents.
Any other questions?
John?
Motions? Yeah, Ms.
I move to authorize submission of the Energy Action Plan to Southern California Edison and to participate in the Climate Registry Program.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Passes unanimously. Let's see. That gets us down to new business. Mr. City Manager, anything tonight?
I have absolutely nothing further to say.
Tonight. Mr. City Attorney, how about you tonight?
I have nothing further tonight.
Nothing further, too.
He talked enough.
All right, we'll start with the City Council. How about Ms. McDonald? Anything tonight?
Maybe.
Check
my list.
I can get back to you if you'd like.
That's okay. Speaking of Springville, you're supposed to laugh. The weeds. There must be water in that soil because the weeds are growing and no one's watering it. The weeds are growing again back in the open field, but the part that runs, and I'm not sure if, and I'm probably going to say this and find out we own it, but the parcel that runs right along the freeway, the little piece, never got cleared the last time I complained about the weeds. So they're very high. They're higher than the fence. So it's the little strip that kind of goes, not where the berm is, but down between the berm and Springville Interchange.
Okay, we'll take a look.
But can you?
Yep.
But it gives me hope because the fact the weeds are growing so healthy tells me there's water in that soil.
That's corn in the field.
Is it? Is that right?
Just here and there, every once in a while. But
isn't it funny how there's big old huge lines?
It's amazing. It's like a row of them.
Isn't it funny? Yeah. So something's under that ground. The only other, a couple other things. I just want to thank the community. As we say at the Camarillo Arts Council, Elvis has left the park. And so we finished our summer of concerts in the park, and we had a great summer celebrating the City of Camarillo's 50th anniversary with the music of 1964, and we had a great summer. The audiences were just wonderful. They thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was just another example of what makes this community so unique, that we come together for good times like that, and it just really speaks a lot about us. So I want to thank all the people who helped put it together and worked so hard on it, but also the community for supporting it. And that's all I have tonight.
Okay, Ms. Craven, anything tonight?
Oh, I got a whole bunch. You're going to be so tired by the time I finish. I went to the League of Cities meeting.
Oh, I forgot about that. I did too.
Mrs. McDonald went too.
Sorry, I forgot.
And I really learned a lot. In the past, I have complained about the League. I used to say that my biggest problem with the League is that they had panels who talked on wonderful topics, and everybody rushed in. And they'd have 5 people from 5 different disciplines, and they would frame a problem from 5 different points of view. And nobody in the room went to hear what the problem was. We all knew what the problem was from our own point of view. We wanted solutions, and they never provided it. This time, they may not have provided solutions that will work in every situation, but they certainly had a lot of people telling us what worked in their communities, and I really appreciated their changing that way of doing it. I learned a lot, and I don't think there was a single session I went to that didn't have tips that I picked up, and I'm certainly not going to sit here and read them all out, but I will be typing them up and sending them on to the city manager who maybe will have staff consider some of them. But one of the things I picked up in the expo was something from a company called Dudek. And Dudek is pushing something that sounded really familiar. It said, "Are you paying unnecessary flood insurance premiums?" And apparently they have some kind of a computer model that they can go into your city. And it just sounds to me like they took Tom's computer model and they're making money off of it. And it kind of irritates me.
Should have patented it.
Got it right there. So I got that one down. I got about League down. I want to remind anybody who's still watching us on TV, I mean, there aren't very many people here, but I'll remind the 2 of you also, that we have the city's 50th birthday coming up. And on Friday, the 17th of October, we're going to have a dinner dance. It's a very nice dinner dance. It's going to be at the Sierra Center. It will be catered, and it will certainly be an evening to remember. We also, on the following day, the 18th, we're going to have a whole day at the park that's free for the people of Camarillo. For children, we're going to have jolly jumps and face painting, a roving magician, and just all kinds of things. There's going to be, starting at 11, music. We'll start out with a couple of school bands, and then we're going to start at noon and go with music through the decades. Start with current music and go back for 50 years and end up with the last band coming on for the 1960s. And it's going to be a really, really neat day, and I hope that as many people from Camarillo as can possibly come will come and enjoy the day. And if there's any particular kind of music you don't like, just don't come during that hour. Come the rest of the time. We're really hoping that people will enjoy it. And the final thing will be on Wednesday, the 22nd of October, which is going to be which is the city's actual anniversary. And it's a city council night, coincidentally, and we're going to be here for regular business early in the afternoon, or for the early session, and then the evening session will just be a celebratory type of thing where we receive proclamations and congratulations. At least I hope we do, from our neighboring cities and other government agencies. So I hope people will show up for all of that. I do have to say that at the concerts, we met up with a couple of people, the concert Saturday night, that my husband used to work with back in the olden days when he worked. And they don't live in Camarillo, but they came to see Elvis, and two different groups. They both said, we've gone to concerts in other cities. We go to the concerts in other cities in the county, and Camarillos are the best. And so I thought I'd pass that along to everybody. Okay. CASA has been working on something that for years, and Camarillo, I've always bragged about the way Camarillo, and Roger, you know, why go the hard way when you can do something the easy way? Roger came up with the idea, although the sheriff had to refine it and DeCesare had to refine it. But we were one of the first cities to have a regular drug collection program to take back drugs. And we're still using it, and we've collected. It's gone countywide in Ventura County, and I think we're the only county that's doing it countywide on a regular basis. I mean, the other counties think if one or two agencies, and they're usually sanitation agencies, collect it once a year, they're really doing something. And so we've collected, I forget, I got the number a year ago, and I think it was like 100,000 pounds of drugs or something like that. It was just phenomenal. Through the very simple way we do it. However, CASA has been working on a different way, and I got a message from Eric Saperstein, the federal legislative lobbyist for CASA, and the Attorney General, federal Attorney General, made an announcement on Tuesday that they are redoing the regulations to make it easier, that in time, and I'm not sure exactly what the deadline is going to be, but every drugstore is going to have a program for taking back drugs. So every pharmacy, and I think that's great. Anyway, I got copies of the announcement, and I'll leave them here, and maybe Jeffrey can distribute them later. I told you I had a lot to go over.
I think I was short.
Yeah. One other thing, I'm still hoping, I brought this up before, but I'm still hoping that at some point before the code enforcement officers do that second drive-through of the year, or whatever you call it, where we go through and look at the various pieces, every residential piece of property for code violations. I hope that before then the council will have an opportunity to discuss what we're going to do with lawns. And I know the last time I brought it up, it was said, well, you know, people just have to water less. and you don't have to let it go green. But I've been watching, and that's not always the case, because a lot of people, especially older homes, they were all built to slope forward. In order to get an FHA loan on your place, you had to have everything draining to the street. And many people did that. And the lawns, now that they have trees that are probably 30, 40 years old, have pushed the lawns up, and their lawns are higher than the sidewalk. Most people that I've noticed with the problem do not have retaining walls in the front, and their yards are, the water goes down. So we're out there with the water sheriffs saying, don't drain to the street, and then we're going to be having code enforcement say your yard isn't green enough. And I think we as a council are going to have to talk this through and figure out how we're going to resolve it, because at the same time that we have people working with our homeowners or our residents, our water customers, to not have things have water draining into the street, they are, and the ones I've been noticing are the ones that were really bad about having a lot of drainage into the street. They're now all turning brown. But I also noticed as I went by Disdar Park today that Disdar Park is one of those places that's brown, and in front of the fire station is all dirt. And so if we're going to be talking to people about keeping their yards green as they're supposed to, then we need to deal with how are we going to do it. So I just think we need to have that discussion. So that's my request. And that's all I have, Your Honor.
Didn't somebody have a process where they would actually go into the front yard and spray paint the lawn green, and it was the NFL does this a lot, but it's fertilizer and it's a spray. Didn't somebody have that?
Yep.
Well, some of it was actually pretty high quality, I have to tell you. Does anybody remember any of that?
I don't recall.
No?
That's been a long time. We had the last
Maybe a long time ago?
I remember it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Bill, anything tonight?
Just a couple things. Week was basically spent down in L.A. at the league, and I thought it was a very good conference. Attended the two meetings I got the most out of. One dealt with the cell towers, which we had our little conversation, and which is still pending as far as what's going to happen. And frankly, from what I was told by several experts that were at that panel, is that the FCC is, this thing probably could go on for another 2 years by the time they go through their process of rulemaking, comments, and then probably re-looking at it after the comments. So I think we're in for a little long period of time there, but just because that's what we're waiting on, is the FCC to come up with some rulemaking. The other one I attended, which was the electronic cigarettes, we all remember that one, and found out that it's no further along in terms of whether it's good, bad, or indifferent than it was 4 or 5 months ago when we discussed it. So that's still one of those that are out there in the where it may end up, I don't know. As a result of that, Councilman Morgan and I both missed the Camarillo Ranch board meeting on Wednesday. So that was it. I just got this 101 historical highlights of Camarillo and the Pleasant Valley that was presented by the Pleasant Valley Historical Society. I thought it was an excellent, real factual timeline of the history of Camarillo, and it was well done. And I understand we helped support it by doing the back page. And I just want to commend the Historical Society for their contribution to the 50th anniversary.
Mike, anything tonight?
I'll go real quick. Number one, Air Quality Board meeting had a meeting this week, and talk about a boring one. Anyway, the union agreements were three of the different issues or different kinds of union agreements that the county had already done, but we had to verify, had to say okay for the Air Quality Board. and other things are the same way. We also, the concert in the park, I got to tell you, we got that email that said from Kreitzer. He always complains about the noise, but this time he gave us a compliment and talking about how the noise was down and it was enjoyable, and emailed something to the Kreitzer. But talked about how the noise was down and congratulated us for doing a good job and all that stuff. I thought that was a good sign. But that night, I had people saying he's done better. He keeps getting better every year because he did a great program, and the people stuck around till the end. Chili cook-off. I got to talk about that. Hospice had chili cook-off, and tonight they were in here asking for those things. It was packed. The place was packed. I don't know if you could get any more people in there. That was like the Metalarks program. You had cars clear down the corner and around the curve. So I just don't know where that was coming from. They had a lot of people. 50th anniversary. We did have a 50th anniversary meeting, and just continued things, keep it going. I'd like to encourage every one of you involved to have clubs. That are involved in clubs to announce it. Tell everyone what's going on, because we need to get our tickets sold. My wife is working with the clubs now as of today, calling all of her clubs, trying to get some ticket sales. So if I can encourage you to try to get those things up, please do. Lastly, League of Cities. I had a little different kind of whenever I went to a meeting, when I went to the cell towers with Bill, one of the biggest things I carried away from there is no one can sue or talk about the sound waves themselves affecting you, because that's one of those they've already made a decision on. Then we went to a drought one. How many of you went to the drought one? Anyone? Boring. They're far behind us. I mean, they talked about the Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz is now divvying out water. I mean, limiting water. And someone asked, well, why aren't you doing, you're next to the ocean, why don't you do a desal plant? Well, we're thinking about, that means they got to go 2 more years or more. And others were like that. And I'm proud of what we're on the cutting edge. We're doing a lot here in this city. Also, I came out of, when I came out of a meeting, I asked Ronnie, what'd you learn? Oh, not much. We're ahead of them. So in a lot of ways, we're on the cutting edge. Our staff's really good. If I went and looked at someone, we should be on those boards giving presentations, honestly. The drought one, I encourage us to look at what we can do next year, because we're like you say, cutting edge of everything. So I think that we need to get ourselves out there, apply for some of these things that they're getting awards for, and I'm going, God, we did something like that already. Or our staff on those boards that can tell you something that's cutting edge, we're past it. Anyway, I'm through. That's all I had.
All right, just a couple of things. I, too, did attend the chili cook-off. I saw Mike there, and it was packed. As a matter of fact, a lot of them ran out of chili.
Why would they complain?
So there was really packed there. Yeah, concert at the park, Elvis, that was a lot of fun. We've all seen him many times. I still look forward to seeing him. Boy, that guy is a showman, I'll tell you.
He is.
It was great to see his 2 kids up there, too. I was wondering, because they ran up there and they started playing there. I was like, what are those 2 guys? And then it dawned on me, I bet that's his 2 boys. And that's what it was. A lot of fun. It's kind of nice to see that, family affair. When I was down to the League, too, I went to the CNG and looking at the hunt, and we don't have that in our city, and a lot of our sister cities do somewhere in the city that they can do CNG, and it would seem to me that there's not a demand or something there, but if we're going to put up with gridlock and whatnot, and I think we ought to try to have as clean a cars as we can. So if there's a way that we can somehow maybe get a CNG facility in town, I know that through the years, there's been some talk about that, but at least somewhere in Camarillo, that if not necessarily us, if they can at least have the option, they have a little pamphlet of all the CNG facilities in Southern California.
Yeah, most recently we've had some preliminary conversations with Roadrunner off of Dawson. There's a high-pressure line, the main line that you need to then create a facility that you can fill the cars with. So that process is it's happening. It's slow, but there is something going on in that area.
Well, let's see if we can't get that moved along a little bit. As I was driving down to the League of Cities, I was passed by a taxi cab, and it said the Camarillo taxi on it. We were in the valley, and he passed me. And I know we've talked about that, but are we still looking into how many taxis are in Camarillo and whether or not they have business license or whatnot?
It's on our list.
Okay, great. I just want to keep everybody on the radar screen with that. I had to do a double take, you know. Yeah, maybe I should have taken it down, you know.
Robbed the restaurant and is going back to Long Beach.
I was surprised to see that. Yeah. I did attend a VRSD meeting, and I think that's it, for me. So if anybody else has any other comments tonight, without any further business, we want Mr. Morgan to say one more thing.
I forgot about complimenting our attorney. I went to attorney session. Sometimes it looks like it's boring. I'll go to the attorney session because usually they can come up with some pretty good things to talk about. This time, first one I went to, I sat for a minute and said, oh, they're just talking about law officers and this and election. I'm out of here. Then I went to the one late in the afternoon, or another one, and it's and Brian was there. They were talking about attorneys' contracts with the cities and what you got to look out for and all this stuff. And I said, I think we're okay. He came out. He said, no, we're fine. We're covered.
Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Morgan?
Well, you got your wish that to put someone on one of the panels. Yeah.
Yes.
If the council would allow me, I'd like to close the meeting in the memory of Art Mansfield. And Art Mansfield was my treasurer for my campaign for many, many years, and a wonderful, wonderful man. Married to Elise. She was a Gary. It's a second marriage for both of them. And Art was a big supporter of the city. He really loved living in Camarillo and loved the council, loved what the city's become, and just a tremendous, tremendous person. So he died very unexpectedly on September 6th. But he had a great life, and he has a really tremendous family. So if we would, I'd like to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Art Dixon Mansfield. Without further business, we stand adjourned.